off with Kerbal Space Program. And for those who saw where we're wrapping up last night, we were doing a mission where I needed to take rockets. Right, so we were taking this rocket back home. And I need to jump on that right away because it is on its way home right now. So yeah, so what we're doing is I had to dock the two ships with each other. Or not dock, sorry, that's not true. I had to get the two ships next to each other and all that. I'm not seeing the mission listed here anymore. I'm guessing it must have already counted because we had a mission here that was to EVA, get one person and move them to the other ship near the moon. So it's not listed anymore, so I'm assuming we got credit and it's done. So with that said, this stage of this rocket is able of doing so much more, but we don't need to do much more. So if we check on our route here, we were deorbiting, and I've got our periapsis is not quite as far down as I want it. So let's go ahead and get that sorted. Because I want to make sure that periapsis drops us into atmosphere. That should be fine. Okay. And so you get Valentina home. Alright. And once I get Valentina home, we'll get Jebediah and do the same. But basically, we just had to trade people between the ships, all that. Worked out great. We got some science. And I'm pretty sure you already had all the science worth grabbing for you. And then it was a matter of going with Jeremiah and seeing what science I can get with Jeremiah. Okay. They're doing a very slow burn here. Gotcha, Luxray. Yeah, we're just starting to slow burn because I'm trying to bring the apoapsis down as much as possible without bringing the periapsis down too much. Because I do want to keep it around 55. There was a golden age in the dog breed. There were a lot of them? Gotcha. So glad you stopped to get chargers. Alright. Got work, looked at the daycare, and just saw a sea of orange. Yeah, so my plan is here is right when we get just past the periapsis, I'm going to go full throttle and just try and bring the apoapsis down as much as possible. Because we're going to start hitting the atmosphere pretty hard. And just having to deal with that. Yeah, 10 seconds to start ramping it up. Because I sure have no shortage of fuel. I am very happy with the way we had this rocket set up. I could honestly take this well outside the system and keep going. Like, it is a very well set up rocket for that. It's heavy and expensive and overkill, but, you know. It's also fine. Like I said, it's not like I can keep this rocket. It won't have enough strength to keep me from smacking into the ground, I don't think. Okay. Alright, with that. At this point, we are coming down. It's going to stay in the atmosphere the entire orbit now, so it's just going to drag us out. Just matter how far forward it goes before. Alright. It's going to go slightly out of the atmosphere, but that's okay. We'll get that there, then we can set it. We can just drop ourselves back down. And that'll be Valentina returning, and then it'll be time to see what science we get out of Valentina, and then we can check in Jeremiah. That way we're not reporting the same science twice and not getting our actual credit for it. Because you get diminishing returns on reporting the same stuff over and over again. Alright, now we're coming back down. Yeah, no, pretty much what I do now is, when it comes down to we drop back in the atmosphere, is put the heat shield where it needs to be. And then just get that all sorted. Okay, we are in atmosphere again. And this is the last time we are leaving the atmosphere because, or this is the last time we're entering the atmosphere for this. Because this stage we're just going to keep dragging down the apoapsis. So it is just going to angle down. Like if we were to pull up the map now, we're here. And it has us getting all the way. It's honestly weirdly by just chance perfectly lined up the smack into the Space Center. We won't end up there. We'll probably land closer to this area because as we have the resistance of the atmosphere, it's going to slow us down more and more. But it is amusing that just by happenstance, it was lined up almost perfectly with the where it took off with. But yeah, it'll start coming down much faster once we as we hit the atmosphere more and more. We'll start heating up and having all sorts of stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, so we got credit for transferring the spacewalks and all that. Cool. So we finished those contracts. Now it's just a matter of I've got tons of these of these things about flying around, those are the ones that are causing us the most grief. Because I think realistically, to do all those, I am just going to have to get to the point where we can get a space plane to like fly over and just do all those scans over all the different areas. And unfortunately, that's going to require a lot of upgrades planes-wise. Because they're very high altitude. Because if I tried to do... Well, I mean, you can do it from space where you're at like 80 kilometers and do your scans, but you go by them so quickly. And then like trying to reroute to go over the next set is also really, really difficult. Because like changing your orbit near the planet is a whole thing. Alright, here we go. Now you can see if these heat shields, the way I put them, is actually good enough for what we were doing. Alright. Getting toasty in here. I believe that landform over there is where the space center is. I don't think we're going to make it that far. We're probably going to let down in the water way before that. Because we are just bleeding off speed very rapidly. But yeah, so the launch pad's over there. Stop fighting me. Okay. Alright, so we're almost to the point. Well, that's not what you want. There we go. Okay, so Valentina should be perfectly fine. I don't expect any of these things to do anything worthwhile here, but you never know when you've missed one. Aha, see, exactly. There's a little more science than we would have had otherwise. Alright, so we're just going to fast forward down to sea level. And then we just gotta wait for them to go ahead and dip down. And hey, Zalsel, how's it going? Also, it's good to see you, JD. But this will be Valentina back home safely from the mission where they had to meet up in space. So then it's just waiting for Jebediah to get back. We'll get all the signs from this one, we'll get all signs from that one. See where we stand at that point. I assume the next mission will probably be actually landing on the moon. Does this one have the giant auto-rating balloons for water landing? I don't think so, because the idea is your ships just float. You don't have to think about it. Okay. I am tempted to quick save and see if I can't do an EVA report in the water. Oh. You broke the science lab. Alright, the good news is we did store the results of that science lab inside the little thing here. Okay, so quick save. EVA. EVA report. Sure. I'm not getting anything for it, but sure, why not? Alright, and recover vessel. Still fine. Still counts. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got about 50 science from that. And a bunch of money from doing the first. And Valentina has gone home. Grab mission control. So explore Kerbal. Test out our rendezvous capabilities. Park 2 vessels next to each other around Kerbal. What could possibly go wrong? Sure. Position a satellite in a specific orbit of Eve. Okay. Alright. And then before we do anything else, we need to go to our tracking station. Because Jebediah is still doing Jebediah things out here. Let's get Jebediah home. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's pop you open. It'll pin you over here. Pin you over here. Yeah, I didn't think we could get any signs for this. Pin you over here. We won't get signs worth mentioning for doing that. Pin you over here. Yep. And nothing from the crew report. And nothing from that either. Alright. So, what I think we do is we bring this around here. And I'm going to bring it in for a much closer orbit on the moon. To see if we can't actually get some more science from the moon while we're here. And then we get, get Jebediah home. So retrograde. Okay. So then you'll turn that around. So. In space high over the moon. They could still consider that at that same distance here. I'm going to bring that around another time. I can't remember how safe we can go altitude-wise before we have problems. We're going to bring it down a lot, though. We possibly go wrong? Mostly the mountains. All right, there we go. Temperature near the moon. All right, so we got our experiment there. Observe our goo. Experiment there. EVA. EVA report. Crew report. I can collect it all. Material studies. Collect that as well. So we can close you, close you. That should have it all being relatively safe. So with this, we're going to immediately go to SAS, prograde. Before we just start blasting away. All right. Seeing how much I can bring that back before you don't actually get out of orbit. That'll do. Alright, so let's get to position and get Jebediah home. There you go. That's about right for the burn. Okay. Yep, and that'll dump us out in a very narrow orbit on the this end here. Alright, it's literally gonna dump me out where I scrape the barely the edge of the atmosphere. And that's what we want. We just got tossed off the back of the moon. Kills a lot of our speed. Let's go to around there. And then we retrograde it. Welcome back, Luxray. Hope you have a good one. You're having a good one. I mean, obviously I know what you're going through, but I hope things are going well for stuff over there. The same deal, we are pointing completely retrograde and going full burn against the direction we've been moving, which should be taking our apoapsis down. CAT scan done, now we wait. Gotcha. And just like last time, we're just trying to reduce our orbit. Then we'll ditch our last stage here. It'll be good for another landing. Which Jebediah bringing another batch of science. Jeb is locked in. Normally Jeb's like freaking out and like having a good time. Like freaking out isn't like having a party. Jeb's like, no. I gotta show people why I'm considered a higher level pilot than all the others. He gave you morphine for pain? You don't see people get, like, you don't see them give morphine for pain very often anymore. That's pretty rare these days. Like, they usually get painkillers, but morphine specifically isn't one you see very often anymore. It's kind of like places prescribing penicillin. It's still used, but it's not often. It's not never. Well, no, I'm just saying, not that they wouldn't give painkillers, Lex, right? It's just, it's morphine specifically. They usually use other stuff now. You know, same idea. It's not like morphine is like the painkiller of painkillers. It's just like penicillin. There's plenty of antibiotics. It's just specifically giving penicillin you don't see very much these days. It still's done occasionally, but rather versus, you know, some other painkillers. All I'm saying. And there we go. Now it's Jebediah's turn to show Valentina up, because Jebediah has the ability to like keep it in retrograde facing all by themselves, so I don't have to adjust and tweak and wiggle in my end. Are you in synchronous orbit? No. We are very much in a decaying orbit, as in going straight towards the ground. We are absolutely coming down. But that's by intention, we're landing. When you do a full stable orbit for a space station? So I don't have a space station, but one of the contracts I did just get, like when between landing Valentina and Jebediah, is I did get one for putting a satellite at a specific location. to have it orbit. It's not a space station; it won't have Kerbals in it, but it will be a thing I have to deploy and put into a specific orbit and keep it there. Which I know I've done it before, but man, I can't remember the last time. When I make a space station for fun, I have limited money. We are playing career mode. I have limited money, and I don't have the docking stuff unlocked yet. So as much as I want to build the space station, I've got a couple more hurdles I gotta climb. Honestly, the space stations become useful later on when you're even in career mode, because you can do stuff where you make a space station that's got like a giant set of fuel canisters on it, and then you can have a rocket come up, fill up the fuel, come back down, and have a separate rocket that's just purely for in-space travel that is extremely efficient moving around in space, but, you know, is no good at breaking atmosphere. Because I remember that's how I did some of the, like, going to their equivalent of Pluto and all that. That's how I did it, is I had a space station I could go up to, replenish a rocket, and just had a rocket that could go very, very efficiently in space. We actually barely damaged the ablator pads. Okay. Because they get kicked in the face at the moment. Ouchies. Yeah, that's no fun. Like I said, I do hope it all gets sorted out as, you know, not bad as humanly possible. Now, you know, the pain chills and they get it all sorted. Yep, that is a lot of hospital stuff, is just waiting. Do test. Wait. Just nature of the beast. Over 100 science at least? Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of science. The catch here is what I use that science on. Because we're starting to build up more and more contracts where we've got like all these different locations on the area that it wants me to get over like 18,000 meters above ground. And then do like temperature scans, barometer scans, surveys, all that stuff. And so like more and more I'm like, I'm gonna need to go and set off to do that. Yeah, so just like the other one, it destroyed the Science Junior thing in the back, but we stored our science experiments inside there, so we're good. We got all our science stored inside our science storage unit or box or whatever. Alright, 204 science. Let's go. Plenty of money. Alright. So if we look at our contracts we've got here, we've got a pressure reading up in the air, pressure readings. Those ones are on the surface, above. Rendezvous 2 vehicles. And then make them connect. Crew report above. We have scans below. We can already do those ones with our, just a regular plane. That's testing super duper high. Above. Okay. Build a new unmanned probe that has an antenna that can generate power. The probe must be fully assembled when launched. Reach the designated orbit around Eve with minimal deviation. Please note, this must be a new unmanned probe after the contract is accepted. Alright, so I gotta remember, so Eve was the second moon, right? No. Which one was Eve? Alright. So that'd be a probe to Eve. Okay. Yeah, so things we can do right now is we can get the probe to Eve, or we can dock the... Oh yeah, no, it's definitely doable. You won't get contracts if they're not doable. I mean, these ones here where it's above, they're doable, just not elegantly with what my tech is. Yeah, so you just want a thermometer and a mystery goo, which is interesting because the mystery goo is an experiment you have as a one and done. And that's a whole thing. Whereas, like, the barometer and thermometer and crew reports and that you can keep running again and again. Alright. So let's check on our science options. So we got 280, so I could grab anything that we have access to. Now, if we push for the high altitude flight, I believe that'll be enough for us to do all those survey scans. Advanced flight is nice and all. What about here? So a lot of this will be useful for a bunch of things there. We have the specialized control. I don't think we care about that. Command modules is, you know, cool and all, but I'm not too worried about that. Advanced exploration. Precision stuff, that's for better antennas and all that. Ah, it's gonna be so expensive though. Because that's the one where we get the really good stuff. Docking clamps? Yeah, where were the docking clamps? I don't remember if I already got those already or not. I might already have those. No, it's a clampatron. Yes, that would be 90. So let's grab that, because I need that for one of the missions we've got now. And I do feel like I want to start pushing towards being able to do all those space plane contracts just to get them done. And that's our science spent. Okay, so we can rendezvous the two vehicles in space in orbit of Kerbal. That's just a straight over progression one. We can't do the space plane ones because we don't have that, and that's the satellite for Eve. You gotta explain this game for you for some time? You gotta explain this game for you at some time. You play it, but don't understand it. I don't know what you mean by that then. I mean, you build rockets to accomplish your goals. You want to get better, like put satellites out and things like that? Gotcha. Yeah, nuts. There's a lot to unpack with a lot of that. So the first thing we're going to do for this one is we have a contract to dock up some ships in space. We're going to get that going. So for right now, because I don't have to like transfer crew between them or anything. Yeah, because you just want me... Okay. Have mystery goo unit on the satellite. But let's plan for our satellite, the unmanned satellite. So for the unmanned satellite, this is not coming back. I don't need parachutes or anything like that. What we're going to want here is command and control. There's a reactionary ring. We're not going to worry about... Oh, advanced inline stabilizer. That's the bigger one? Yeah, that's the bigger one. We won't need that for the little satellite. So we've got you. Next, I'm going to need batteries. And we are going to need solar. That way, no matter which way it's facing, it should always have solar. Okay, so what else do we want here? Let's go ahead and get the service. Oh, the service bay is too big. Put a second battery just for ease. And this wants us to have an antenna that's big enough. A short-range dual-purpose communication antenna that can handle either direct communications or short-range. Trying to remember... Trying to see its range. That's implying we can handle gigameters. Million meters. Yeah, because this... Okay, to handle direct or short range. It's not placing how I expect it to. Okay, so we've got ourselves the antenna. We don't need the graphic details, Luxray. I know you're going through it and all that, but like, we genuinely don't need to know you can taste blood and all that. Like, I understand you're having a rough time, but it's not strictly necessary. Okay, so there's a little bit of a mess here. Do I want to have you have any propulsion of your own? It's actually a fair question. Was there an update to this? No. Archimedes came in and just restored, like, a lot of interest in Kerbal Space Program. Okay, I was curious if we had other things. There's just a lot of people who are hyped about it. You know, just space exploration in general, and to this day, this is still kind of your best choice for space exploration stuff. Artemis 2. Sorry, I keep saying Archimedes. Artemis 2. Actually helped build the ML2 launch pad. The launch track, right? Neat. Okay, so we've got you as a basic setup here. Let's go ahead and go to our control side of things. I always lose track of that one. And we want the baby little ones. We don't want the big ones. Okay. Let's see if we go to structure. Yeah, there's no small things here. That's okay. So with this, we're gonna go on here and go sensors. We have a thermometer. They didn't ask for it, but I'm gonna put a barometer on there anyways. That way we can keep reading 0 forever and be like, yep, it's still 0. We're still in space, but it's still 0. Got the goo thing. Got the antenna. All right. So what I'm gonna see about doing, I don't know how this is gonna work, because I don't think we can put a coupler on the top of this. Hey, the Inns! Thank you so much for the raid and all that. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be able to put that up top there. All right, so I need something to fill in another spot here, and only because about the only thing I could find that fits in that size. But check out the Inns, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Playing some I missed what the game was because I was distracted. But usually plays a lot of fun games, been doing a lot of like slice of life, a lot of that kind of stuff. Among other things, very good times over there. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Okay, so you want the little separator there. Slime Rancher 2. Nice. I hope you had a good time with Slime Rancher. Alright, so we've got our little probe for going to Eve. So now I'm going to need a structural point. To be the adapter for the rocket. Okay, so that'll pop off, and then that'll be just the probe itself. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is have the segment of the rocket for getting us around to Eve's area. We're gonna overkill this a little bit, which always makes me regret it. But that's that stage. This is the get us to Eve, get us in orbit. This is the probe for just being in orbit. Then we can go down here. Alright. Because we're going to need fuel tanks. Yeah, we don't have the things to really take advantage of the big fuel tanks yet. Nor do we have the structural components to strap a bunch of the big tanks together yet either. It's gonna be a little less elegant than that. Okay. Now, the trio setup we had before worked relatively well. And so that was, we had the swivel for controlling this main spot. We can hook those up. That's when we're down to just the probing. We'll probably never need to use that coupler, but we'll have it just in case. So then, this is... Yes, this is our trying to reach Eve and orbit it. This is to get us, you know, into orbit kind of thing. But that's not going to be enough on its own. So we can probably go in here real fast, go to our couplers, do this. We've got you here. And we've got you. You. And then with these, we do the ones that don't swivel, but have slightly more efficiency. And then we add a cone to them to make them a little less awful so far as the stuff there. Yes, that's 1.2, 0.8. So if we chuck you down here, you'll be about right going full blast. But we're not done yet. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is put one last set of engines on here. Oh, you're not on there, right? There we go. So one more set of these. Okay. The stage goes up here. You go down there. We'll fire these all at the same time, but keep them chill. Now, the question is, do I think that's enough to reach Eve? The answer is, I don't know. Oh, it's got the wiggle. Ah. The Sputnik probe can't SAS. That's probably something to worry about. Well, we will try our best anyway. Okay, let's maybe change the probe on it. Yeah, so you don't have SAS. You have a reaction. Okay, so you do have SAS in this one. Small unit that can only not only receive and thing, but also provides automatic stabilization thing. So the thing is, this is the control module. Do you go away? Am I misunderstanding that has to be both of those? Oh no, now I'm in a weird place where everything's shadowed. Huh. Because no matter what I grab, it wants something else to be the parent object. The whole rocket isn't the parent object. Ah, here's one way down here. There we go. Okay. Alright, so it looks like it's all good there. Do I have breakaway capsule parts? I don't know what you mean by that. We have decouplers and all that, if that's what you're talking about. Like, breakaway capsule parts. I don't know what you mean. For aerodynamic resistance reduction, I still don't know what you mean, Darth. If you mean decouplers, I have decouplers, so I can like launch these off the sides. But the aerodynamic whatever parts, I'm like, I don't know what any of that means there. It's interesting. You can pop those off if need. Don't forget solar. Thank you. Because we did peel the solar off there. Make room. I think that'll be plenty of solar for our purposes. I think that'll be good. Alright, so let's try this now. The problem was the last I didn't have the SAS module, so just kind of like keeping it pointing up was all wishy-washy. Alright, so first we just need to get into orbit. Probably fairings. I don't think I have fairings unlocked yet. Oh, I messed up. One second, let's revert. That's not going to be nearly as efficient as they need to be. I don't have the fuel lines going from the external tanks to the middle tank, because I like to use this to like help push the rocket up, but then I have the external tanks drain into the middle tank as they go through. And the reason I've been doing that is then I can drop down to just one engine by the time the weight starts to get low enough that I don't really need all the power to keep going. There. That one. Okay. The same exact plan, I just need to have those fuel lines going from the external tanks to the internal tanks. Because then the idea is, when these run out, I kick those off and I'm running in just the one engine when the rocket's weight is down to just this middle spot. Okay. Not feeling as confident in this rocket. Because it's got to get to Eve. Okay. We're backing off the throttle in a big way. Alright. It's actually going a bit better than I thought. But it should be right about time for us to stage here to get rid of the external rockets there. Okay. Oh, that's where we... Okay. I was like, what is that? It's the decouplers from my solid rocket boosters. Alright. You did your first moon orbit today. Nice. Had 7 seconds of fuel left and made it back. Gonna try to land tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the thing, like, all those little missions, you end up learning one more thing and one more thing to get yourself better suited. Yeah, there's the tiniest little burn going before we switch over to our space-efficient fuel tank, because I wasn't actually expecting to have much of this fuel tank to do anything in space in the first place. So the fact that I do have it, it's fine. And we're just gonna creep up the thrust here. Because the goal for this stage is basically to get us to orbit. Alright, so we've got 5,000 Delta V. I'm going to go ahead and save, because that should be more than enough Delta V for what we need. But first, just got to get ourselves into a stable orbit here. And then once we're in a stable orbit, we'll see what we got to do to get into a position where we can reach Eve. And this should get us a lot of science. You can back that off a lot, actually. Because then the big question is going to be, like, with leaving Kerbal orbit, what's going to be my best way to send us out in a direction that we could potentially intercept Eve? Because that's always a tricky one when you start getting to, like, this really advanced kind of, I'm not just trying to reach something around Kerbin, but something that I'm going to have to, like, go out to solar orbit to then try and, you know, go up or down. Which a big thing there is using the moon to slingshot you to give you a bunch of speed against your direction of orbit or towards your direction of orbit to do your best to take advantage. We want to get the periapsis probably to around 80 kilometers or so. Alright. So, now if you look here, we want to get to Eve. Eve is all the way ahead here on a much lower orbit. But that is my target. Now, there's a bunch of different ways you could try and set up this maneuver. So you can set up the maneuver to be easy. Let's see. Are you going to wait till the optimal orbit plants? So you wait for Eve instead of chase it? Well, what I might actually try and do is, so Eve is ahead. That's not where we want to be. We could definitely either try and cross in and have it catch us or whatever. Because you can sit there and I could just like leave it orbiting again and again and again till Eve is in the right position. And that's always the catchy one, is how you want to do that. Is do you just want to leave this in space? Because it's easy for me to forget I even have that sitting out there waiting for a chance. So we added a maneuver here. Well, what I'd end up doing is that we're waiting for Eve to be in the right position. Yeah, so that would give me a gravity assist exit velocity. So it would escape Kerbal there. And now dump us off the back of Kerbal as well. It's already corrected itself a little. And if we drop back here, we'll probably be in an orbit that's oblong here. Now we'll burn up 700. That's not the direction you need to go. That'd be the reverse. Okay, we'll have to adjust when we get out there, because once again, the maneuver keeps readjusting, because that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get to where we get to having the moon ahead of us so we can pull ourselves forward and throw ourselves out of orbit from it, or slingshot around it the other way. Either way, to give ourselves momentum, we want to chuck it off the back. So where we're orbiting this way, we want to chuck ourselves off the back, not the... Yeah. Because that'll slow us down and put us into a lower orbit. Okay. It's been a long time since I've done actions to other planets. Okay. Yeah, so it's freaking out, not sure what to do with this. Okay, now it says that we're not going to intersect at all. Alright. So we want to kind of gravity assist ourselves here. Can probably do is this time I want to throw myself forward, not away. Would you stop? I can try that. It's not going to work the way I want it to, and I'm just trying to make it work anyways. And hoping to just have more than enough delta V to make it work. We'll see. So weirdly enough, to reach my destination, I need to slow down to go faster. Okay. Just a little bit more. Okay, so that gets us left in orbit. Now with that, we'll have escaped Kerbal's orbit. Kerbin's orbit, whatever. And then it's a matter of where we can do a burn to hopefully drop us down to Eve. Ideally, I would have wanted to, and this is probably something I should actually be reverting, I wanted to throw myself off this way because it should have lowered my orbit a lot. But let's see what it would say it would be necessary to get me down to the same plane as Eve. So that wasn't a good leaving angle. Okay. So we have left that. So if we went... on the apoapsis and added a maneuver. Cannot add maneuver, node control locked. I don't know what that means at all. Node control locked. I don't know what that means. I don't have control of the ship anymore. There we go. Okay. So we're only going to be off by about 10 million kilometers. Is that bad? It's not ideal. Basically, I'm seeing if there's a spot where during this orbit that we can get ourselves closer. So that drops me in at under 7 million, or yeah, it drops me in about 7 million kilometers. So what I might be able to do is bring that in at this stage. Alright, so let's set a timer here on the apoapsis. Title, Eve. Apply. And how long do I have to do this satellite thing at once? Looks like we have to go back to mission control for that. Okay. So mission control. Position a satellite in a specific orbit around the moon. Yep. Alright, so let's see the one about Eve. So Eve, I've got 24 years. It's fine. Alright. So there's our one for going to Eve. Let's see about the one that's asking me to put one on the moon. So there's the one for Eve. Moon. Okay, so we need it, and you need to have... An SC-901 Science Junior needs to be on the satellite. Okay, and then we'll just get a different coupler. Alright, so we got all the engines come on, pop, pop. Okay, so you just need to go to the moon. That's fine. But yeah, so you saw that one is going to be asking for like, hey, it's going to take us a while. So plan is, I've got it set up to be like, okay, once it's done one full orbit, like, is it in better position for meeting Eve? Because that's kind of all we're doing now, is waiting for where that's in a, in an orbit around Kerbal and all that, for it to potentially hook to catch Eve and all that. But then with this one, we are just going to the moon. All right. And then once we get the probe around the moon, we can then work on, you know, whatever comes up next. Because imagine getting these satellites around here are probably relatively good for us. Please stop tipping. Please stop tipping. I'm fighting you real hard. There you go. I wanted to tip you, but I didn't want to, like, really just send it tip you. Yep, no, any links will just get turned into 3 asterisks. That's how most of Twitch is these days. There's just too many bots. Luckily not clip-worthy despite a ton of prayer. What? Alright, so we're just gonna do like last time. We're gonna do a really slow burn. Yeah, no, if you feel like it's a really good clip or something, you know, I send to the mods. It is one of those things that, there's been a number of times I've debated trying to set it up. So I can't set up so only this channel's clips are, Oh, right. Yeah. No tipping. Just prayers instead of begging. Yeah, and that was so very genuinely, like, I've debated being like, yeah, clips can be posted. The problem is I can't be like only clips from this channel. I can be like clips or no, because it's not like it's, you know, www.twitch.tv/rawlstore/clips/whatever. It's just twitch.tv clips. And there's no real way for me on my end to capture whose clip it is and all that. Because I'd be okay with, like, either, you know, my channel or friendly channels like, you know, Drongo Ultra or whoever being posted here from time to time. But just opening up the floodgates. We've had people try and just post clips from their own channel. People it's like first-time chatter and they're posting it, like, so, you know, really, really dodgy self-promotion kind of things. Not often, because 99% of Twitch just blocks links or has, you know, various restrictions on links, because it's one of the few things we can do to, like, really prevent bot abuse. And we should move slow enough to still that manual mod review of PMs is timely. Yeah. Your dodgy self-promotion stuff is using your own emotes? Yeah. That's not a big deal. I know there's people who get really weird about people using other channel emotes, such as like, look, man, do you want people to use your emotes in other places? Well, you gotta expect it kind of, you know, fair play all around. There's gotta be a way with Twitch API, but you don't know how the bots work. But it makes you want to look into it. Yeah, no, there definitely could be stuff using the API, but just grabbing something like Firebot or whatever and being like, okay, do or don't allow clips kind of thing is usually the way that works. I could probably dig into it. It's just one of those things that comes up infrequently enough that I usually, like, there's other things to work on kind of things. Because it's not very often that people take a clip within the channel and then want to post the clip. Also, part of the clip worthy for you is those pause clip shows you do. Oh, you mean the, when I have to step away for a couple of minutes or whatever to, like, use the restroom or whatever, and I do the clip reel. It is one of those things that I do occasionally go through and clean out some old clips that are either not relevant to the channel anymore, like, or, you know, they're clips that were from Dare Drop, so it's not really any kind of meaningful moment or whatever. It's just, you know, we clipped, like, I flipped a trash can or whatever because the, you know, the Dare Drop told me to flip it, but it wasn't, you know, particularly a, oh, look, that's interesting or fun. We also just, like, occasionally clips get removed, because it used to be on Twitch, if you clipped a moment, like it clipped something in your channel, or you got banned, as, like, the viewer, that clip gets removed. So we actually have had some of our really good clips over the years have just vanished and all that, you know, whether the person who took the clip deleted it, or they got their channel suspended, or they deleted their channel, or whatever it was. Okay, so we want to go... And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There we go. Now we're starting to get what we want to see. We just want to get it. I did that way too fast. Oop, don't do that. It's very complicated. It's sometimes possible to add local files and sources web services. Yeah, re-download the clips, add them in the reel instead of via internet linking. Yeah. So I'm trying to see. I think it's going there and kind of looping back out. Because see, you got the two loops, but I'm having problems seeing here. I keep trying to use the WASD type keys to see over there. But unfortunately what happens is that actually just turns my rocket. I think that'll work though. Because if I'm understanding what's happening here, it's that we're getting into the orbit, it's kind of bringing it kind of around as it does its weird little orbit. Alright, but we've got like 4,000 ms worth of delta V. So we should be able to get around orbit, get wherever we need to go, and have that all situated. Okay. We're gonna burn almost a fourth of it reaching the moon, which is fine. Because yeah, once we get into orbit around the moon, that's a matter of figuring out where we need to be orbit-wise. And changing your orbit around the moon takes very little delta V unless you're trying to rotate. That could be a little costly on the delta V. Like you're trying to like rotate on a plane. It could be a little bit costly from all the lateral thrust you have to do. Okay. It's not really a great moon encounter there, but I think that'll work. So let's get all the way up here. And now it's saying I'm not going to encounter the moon. I find that one of the things that's a little frustrating with Kerbal Space Program sometimes. Okay. Is you'll change like nothing and just fast forward time, and because it's imprecise on a lot of things, it will completely change the outcomes a lot of times. It's always the danger of fast forwarding, is slightly less than perfect. Okay, we're now In moon orbit. That's the angle you want. Okay. That is going to be quite the adjustment. Let's start by just making sure we're in ourselves a proper orbit. Then I also got to tilt it and everything else. So let's get over here. There you go. It definitely needs a successor. It seems Kitten Space Agency is taking a good approach, but you're basically ignoring it so you don't get too hyped. I mean, that's not a bad idea for anything. Is when it gets announced, like waiting to see, like with the hype and all that. Right, so catch is going to be lining up these planes. That has to be rough because it's 146 degrees wrong on my part. Okay, so let's start with the apoapsis and all this. Okay, so the question here is, so I'm going around this way. Am I going to have to completely get my orbit going the opposite direction? Because I think, yeah, because I'm going, if we look down at this, I'm going counterclockwise, and this is going clockwise. That's rough. That's going to be actually pretty nasty to fix. Yeah, you're off by 160. It is curious that you can't, like, target this plane so you can kind of, like, correct it and see your motion. You can always get her full punch and see what's outside the solar system. That doesn't do me any good, though. I don't get paid for doing that. That's not gonna fly. Okay. This is where I am. Let's take out our periapsis. Yeah, so it does seem like what's going to end up happening here is we're just going to have to do a really hard maneuver. So let's go here. All right, I think that puts us roughly in the right place. Like, I'll still have to, like, adjust everything, but that, I believe, will put us at roughly the right plane. Hopefully going the right direction, because I think I rotate the whole way around that way. We'll see. I did a quick save there because I'm not super confident in any of this. Okay. Gave something stronger than morphine. Yeah, that was the reason why when you mentioned morphine, I was like, morphine really is like, we've got stronger stuff than morphine, so it's not a matter of like, oh, you gotta break out the big stuff. It's just morphine for the most part. It's not used, but it's pretty infrequent. They usually just use other things. Okay, so there we go. Alright, so we're going the correct direction. And it's weirdly no longer letting me see the... We're only 3 degrees off there. There's your periapsis. Let's add a maneuver here. Your apoapsis is there. This is much easier when you can target your destination. Okay, that puts the apoapsis and the periapsis almost exactly where I want it. Okay, I think that'll do. And then with that one being correct on that side, we could try and fix it on this other side. So a little teeny tiny baby burn here. And then, like I said, it's going to be a matter of just kind of finagling it to get them closer in degrees to each other. Yeah, that's our current orbit there, and that's where we're cutting it down to. And then we flip from that side to this side. We should be able to stabilize it in that orbit from there. All right, maintain stability for 10 seconds. It is happy with that orbit. Okay. And with that, that should be the contract complete. Before we do anything with that, we got science instruments here. Log pressure. Nothing we care about. Conduct study. We'll leave it alone. The goo. That's fine. Log temperature. Okay, so nothing to actually read there. But, with that said, that is the contract fulfilled. Because I guess I don't have anything else I need to do with it. It just sits there. So, world first. We have initiated the first flyby of the sun. We have entered the orbit of the sun. We have done all these things. Cool. We got all these. Let's see. I was going to get into Kerbal Space Program, but it's been popping on your feed a bit now, and you're super interesting. Prior to this, the only thing you have played is Outer Wilds, so you know nothing. Is it worth getting into, or is there something about the game for someone who knows nothing about physics and all that jazz? You can definitely get into the game without having a ton of scientific knowledge or whatever. The game does start off easier. It will be a thing that you'll kind of have to familiarize yourself. If you can bring it home, does it give you money? Not enough money to be worth bringing it home. I mean, I could easily bring it home. No, I can't actually, because I didn't give it a parachute or anything else, because I figured it's just going to sit out there. Yeah, it is a lot of trial and error. Don't start career mode for your first playthrough as you're figuring the game out. You'll just get frustrated. Okay, so let's check on the one circling the sun. Log information. Send it home. Log information. Send it home. Let's not use the goo thing, because that's a one and done. Okay. So I've got you doing your thing here. Yeah, I've got a timer to come back to that. Let's see, do you get to send satellites and stuff into space to conduct research, or is it just, like, build rockets and try to make it from point A to B? I actually literally just did one rocket to, or sorry, if we just go back to our tracking place. Gotta get off the map, I always forget that. Like, we actually just did a contract to put a satellite around the moon. So we look at our tracking center. I've got this rocket right here. That the front of this is just a satellite for on the moon. And we just have the moon right here. That we're doing that. How many hours do you have in this? Kerbal Space Program. I have played 221 hours total. Which actually sounds very low from what I was expecting. In this save, we probably have like 12, 16 hours or something like that in this playthrough. Yeah, so we're doing that, and then I have another satellite I'm actively working on that is going to be orbiting Eve, which I believe is their equivalent to Venus. Because it's not like a one-to-one match with our solar system, but there's a lot of similarities. Like the Kerbal, their equivalent of Earth, actually has 2 moons on it. And thank you for the follow. Go to stream. Why does the follow age use UTC? Because anything worth using, anything uses UTC. UTC should be the basis for everything, and then you do relative time to that. And we are on the internet, so what time zone could it use other than UTC? What is UTC? Universal time code. Yeah, universal time code is like when you see stuff like, you know, EST is -5, it's -5 UTC. UTC basically means it's the only time, it's the only time code that no matter what happens, you know exactly when something happened. Versus like if we compare, for example, Eastern time, here in the US, we have that whole thing where daylight savings kicks on and off. So that means, I believe, 1 a.m. happens twice on that day, which means if an event is recorded as happening at 1 a.m., I don't know if what time it actually happened, because there's 2 separate 1 a.m.s. It does the full price tag. That's the only thing stopping you from getting it right now. Yeah, for the record, you can get a ton of hours of Kerbal Space Program. But yeah, no, I can understand. Okay, so we don't have enough R&D points to do another thing there. Build a new surface outpost on Minmus. Build a new outpost for this agency that can support 5 Kerbals on the surface of Minmus. Build a new outpost that has an antenna, a docking port, and can generate power. The outpost must be fully assembled when launched. The facility must support 5 Kerbals, have 4,000 units of liquid fuel in your outpost, maintain stability, needs to maintain stability on the surface of Minmus. I might leave that one to expire. I might leave that one to expire because that's going to require tech I don't think that we have. And sure, it's a ways out, but I've got a bunch of contracts that already have tech we don't have, and I'm going to get myself in trouble if I don't start getting that sorted. Right. So that's the one for Eve. We have a ton of these that we need to do, like, very high altitude space plane shenanigans. Those ones are going to be, like, Eve landing when? I mean, when it asks me to do something with Eve. Alright, so we've got just a straight up, put 2 rockets in orbit, and, like, dock them. Okay, so let's start getting that going. So I just need to make 2 rockets here that we can dock together. So let's start with our command modules. Okay. So I'm trying to debate here with the command module stuff. this could be the start of like a space station. Oh, you're being weird and I can't get to snap. Oh, there it goes. There you go. There's the docking port. Let's double check to see what's the world first. Oh, gathered scientific information from around the sun. That's fine. All right. That is actually a good question. So if we look at this, note, have two different vessels in orbit and Kerbal within visual range of each other and kill the relatively full. Oh, we don't even need to dock them. They just need to rendezvous. Okay. I still might put up one of them as, like, you know, something with a docking port or whatever. To just be a space, you know, spaceship or whatever for, you know, like the evacuate space kind of deal. Or if we go do a actual space station or something like that. So you just need two of these in orbit around Kerbal. Okay. Wait, they literally just need to be there. We can probably... That's way too much overkill. Yes, we don't need all this. Let's go ahead and we can do the new one. All right. So send a second one with a probe. Second one probe with 2/3 ports on a hull and an antenna. Then, yeah. So I'm kind of leaning towards is the space station itself would have the controls there. I forgot there's the re-entry modules. Okay, so... that'll control our space station. Actually, I take that back. I don't need that. So go ahead. Alright. Change of plans. So we got the... well, I don't have the big structures yet. So command module here. We'll put the coupling there. And then here... I don't remember where it's at. A crew cabin for people to stay in. Now I think about it, we're going to need a couple things here. There's the little inline magnet thing. We'll put a battery on it. Now put the docking port. A couple of solar panels. Actually, you know what? Let's not do it this way. Okay. So. We've got our vehicle for, you know, dropping people off on the surface when it comes down to it. Okay, so we got our little thing there. And then the plan here is just in the event that we've got science stuff here, we're gonna go. Where are you at? Payload. We'll have you. Open that. Put your little canister in there. And then put a couple batteries in here. Couple solar panels to keep power. So this thing down here, this is basically meant to just be a return craft. That, you know, if I'm just done with what we're doing up there, they can hop in and drop in. We can retract those. You'll need a heat shield and all that. Well, first I do want to have a docking port. Okay, we got the docking port down there. Before I forget, utility. Parachute, actually. I don't know if I need to have a coupling or not on that. Oh, that's gonna have to be deployed afterwards anyway, so don't do that. Because otherwise I'm gonna need the docking port before I need the parachute. The parachute will be in the way. Oh, you've already got a decoupler here. I see. That's fine. But in the meantime, we're gonna go here to utility. That's the door out. There we go. Did you miss the undersea DLC that looks like submersible? Just the way this one works. Okay, we got our drag chutes. And our actual parachutes, which would be rough to use. Okay, and with there we want the heat shield. And after the heat shield, we'll want the coupling. Alright, so that's just... Honestly, all of this is completely unnecessary. You know what, I've changed my mind. We're not doing all this stuff. Get this out of here. I was sitting there thinking, it's like, I'm going to put all this money into making this probe thing, and it'll never be needed. So let's go ahead and we'll do this. Just because we just had to get two of these next to each other where they can see each other. And then that's all it strictly requires. It's honestly one of those things, we're not going to get any science for where we're going either. So I don't even think we invest the time to put any of the scientific instruments on it. We're just like literally just make a probe that we can go just shove in space. There. That is our glorious return capsule. It probably doesn't even need a heat shield, but I'm still going to put one on it out of paranoia. Also retract those. There's a coupler. We probably won't need a very big fuel tank for the stage right here. Because that's like our stabilize orbit, deorbit stage kind of deal. Then go here. The swivel on there. Not a terrible amount of power. Okay, and then with this, we can use the solid rocket boosters. So I could turn the limiter on quite a bit on there. Yeah, it's a little too much. Little less. Perfect. Okay, and I think this would be enough to be able to get us into orbit. Because we just need to get one into orbit, and then again another one into orbit, and have them meet. And when I mean meet, we don't have to, like, it's funny they gave us this one after the moon one. So, like, the moon one, we already went up, we rendezvoused, we got people to hop between them, and it's like, okay, now that you've done that really hard thing, what if instead of that, we had you just do the same thing, but with less steps, less far, in an easier situation? Which is like, okay, I guess. Okay. I could have toned down the solid rocket boosters a little more from the looks that we're getting a bit more drag than I want. Okay. And I just want to get to about 80 kilometers on both the apoapsis and the periapsis. Doesn't need to be perfect. Okay. Let's see if I messed up and I waited too long. Yes, this rocket was considerably smaller than our other ones. Okay. Yeah, we won't be picky. We won't go for the 80. We'll just try and get it to where it's a stable orbit. Okay. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Okay, so that's the first rocket up there. It's in a stable orbit. I don't need to worry about it. Go back to the Space Center. Because they only have to pass by each other that they're, you know, close enough and in the relative same position kind of thing. So I've got an oblong orbit. That's not that big a deal. If I do end up needing to adjust them, I can just balance them out. But the step one is to get both of them into space. So we've already confirmed that this rocket will do it. So we just do it again. And if we do it near enough back to back, they should be relatively close to each other so far as where in orbit they are. Okay. Is anyone else using Hello anymore? Not really. We only had ever like one or two people who ever used the Hello that much. Forgot we had it. Yep. A lot of people forget we have like lots of commands. It's those things if I don't like advertise them, they get forgotten a lot. Which, you know, fair enough. Okay. And just now trying to bring up the periapsis. And then we'll have to see what it'll take for us to align these two in their orbits and whatnot. Okay. And I'm just trying to get so the apoapsis is not continuing to get farther and farther away, because that would imply like I'm really kind of going up. Trying to avoid going too far off there. And mostly just trying to bring up the periapsis. And they'll have whichever rocket's in like in a better position to meet the other one will be the one who leads the charge. Okay. And then we'll have to figure this out. I should be able to stabilize you into a fairly reasonable orbit. A little bit better than Jeb's. Okay, so you're stable and Jeb's stable. Let's take a look at our orbits. So as it stands, they are about a quarter of the planet distance from each other. Their periapses are very close and all that. So it seems like the answer here is going to probably be to get around to where we have our apoapsis. So you're going a little bit wider, so you should go slower. So this might be one of those cases we just let it cut loose. Now we should, after a couple of passes, get quite a bit closer to that. Okay, so it's 427. Yeah, so I think this next pass we do need to balance it out because it looks like we will Yeah, if we go this next pass, I should be just a hair behind it. Right, so the pass after that's going to be a mess. We're going to go right around here. We're going to add a maneuver. Going to bring our apoapsis up to theirs. It looks on like both sides will hang about 20 kilometers. A very minor burn from the looks of it. But then that should have them about even. And then we can start worrying about adjusting our relative speed to each other until it's satisfied that we have quote-unquote rendezvoused. Because then what we do is we go and we retrograde until we're at 0, and then we go towards this, so I keep balancing ourselves with it, moving over, balancing ourselves with it, moving over until we reach it. Okay. So relative to the target, so we're just inside here. So I believe... I'm going to do that for a minute. We'll just let it keep getting closer and closer. And then when it starts to get ready to drift away from us, then we start neutralizing our distance from each other. Okay, so I do this again. And the goal here is to ultimately get it so that we are basically right on top of each other. Okay, kill that for a moment. That's reverse from it. All right. And eventually our movement relative to our target is going to start going up again. Yep, that means we should be drawing closer to it as time goes on. I gotta be careful, I'm gonna be bringing my orbit too low. Okay, so we're gonna slow ourselves down relative to it. That's gonna bring our periapsis back up, which is good because I brought it down to a dangerously low height. Okay, when it hits about 0 meters a second relative to the target, we then would go and switch over to pointing right at the target. YouTube link is borked. It shouldn't be. No, that worked. I just clicked on it. Okay, so we're getting pretty close here. Okay. Yeah, no, if you don't see the link, then yeah, it's probably on your phone. Okay, so we just keep adjusting, bringing this down. Have two different vessels in orbit with the visual range on each other and kill their relative velocity to achieve this goal. I might be able to just literally throttle it down until it hits about 0 and stop and have it count. Okay. Try and change it to where we're heading towards the other ship again. Okay. Yes, unfortunately with this pass, we are going to get a little bit of a separation here. What are you looking at? I've got two satellites. They're really close to meeting up. I'm just trying to correct the orbits here. So what I'm trying to do is slow myself down relative to everything going on around here. So get myself really close to a movement of 0. And once I have the movement of 0, I can go to where I'm facing the target. And then boost a couple MS. Then in theory I should meet up. And both those are going to land me at about 40 kilometers. Basically, I'm trying to meet so that we're on the same orbit. I'm just a little high on this orbit, and I can't really correct that from here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, unfortunately, I am going to fall behind the other craft because we are going on a wide area and I can't fix it from this side. Which is a big bummer. Oh, crap. The battery ran out. Okay, that's a problem. So one trick we have is that locks it in its orientation. Alright, so with that one's having its battery basically toast, we can switch to the other craft. Solar panels? No, these ones I didn't have the whole setup because it was just see each other and then leave. So I didn't take the time to do the whole shebang. I should have put him on there, but I didn't. Okay. So I'm doing here real fast is we're just going to like anytime we see that number start going up the wrong way, just nudge it forward. If we keep doing it like this, we should over time equalize to its orbit. Or at least get close enough that it stops whining. Right now, as long as that distance keeps closing, I'm content. Because I've got the SAS off, and we're just trying to kind of keep it drifting. Okay. I'm not running any mods. Okay. Yeah, and I definitely cleaned up a lot of stuff that used to be separated and, you know, added more functionality to the game and all that. Stuff that was mods. Alright, so we're slowly burning ourselves towards the other spacecraft. My assumption is I need to get towards, like, the point we're at, like, 1 kilometer and whatever. And then once we're at, like, 1 kilometer from each other, kill our relative speed. Okay. Alright, so we're slowly getting this sorted. Alright, so one thing that's going to be a problem soon is we are decaying our orbit a lot. We have to actually correct that now. We're going to have real problems. If they let my orbit go too low, we'll scrape the atmosphere and just deorbit. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here, we're killing our relative movement from each other. I'm definitely not doing something right here. Okay. So we've got that closing in on each other. We're getting to get to sub 10 kilometers. So I think what's happening is we're slowly getting ourselves to be closer and closer here. And then I just gotta fix my orbit out there so we stay close to each other. Okay. So we're getting ready to drop below 10 kilometers apart. That's going to have us at 8.5 at the intersect over there. And then I got to correct to get that back in position on the other side. Okay, so we're slowly trying to bring ourselves into alignment. That should be bringing out a periapsis over here, or apoapsis. Okay. Now I am just slowly trying to bring it so that we are moving the same relative velocity. Hopefully before this thing's battery dies. Okay. So that's at 5 kilometers there. So we have 5 kilometers on its own by just letting it go around versus our 8. So let's go ahead and just warp on over here. Start trying to adjust our path over here again. All right. Three, 2, 1 point. Point 8. Okay, so let's warp over there. So we'll be at under a kilometer from each other. Hey, rendezvoused both vessels. Alright, world first. Performed a rendezvous maneuver. And then we completed the contracts and all that. So with this, it is time to get our ships home. Good job, Jebediah. There's nothing for you to discover up here, right? Nope. Alright, with that in mind, it's time to deorbit you. It can't be that hard, is literal rocket science. Yeah, well, it's not brain surgery. Okay, so it took a little bit of work to get everything lined up and all that, but that's fine. Okay, and so with that, then now all you gotta do is do your thing, deorbiting. You actually have a pretty good amount. Oh, it's not our charge. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good amount of charge. Okay. And first pod coming on down. And then we'll get Valentina. And sadly, there'll be no science from this one, but we will get paid. We will clear up some contracts. Alright. Prove it and build more. That landing gear's pretty unhappy about this. Oh, that was the other part of the ship we kicked off. I was about to be like, don't explode. Okay. And there we go. Okay, so we're year 1, day 67. Jeb is loving the ride. Jeb always loved the ride. Okay, so let's get you down here safely. And then we gotta take Valentina and deorbit her. Why landing gear in water? Because I didn't know I was going to necessarily land in water. And then whether up or down doesn't really make a difference at this stage anyways. But yeah, no, it's not like I take the time in orbit to be like, this is the precise time I want to go down to land here, because once you land on Kerbal, it doesn't make a huge difference where you land. You can kind of target to hit a new biome or whatever, maybe, but I don't imagine spending the time with like each rocket to be like, oh, well, I'm going to try and land that one there and that one there. It's usually going to probably be like, I'm going to land it where I can land it. Because ultimately, if it goes to checking out all the biomes on Kerbal, I'll probably take a jet or something like that to fly around where I can very safely and reliably go from place to place to place. Okay. And pretty soon we'll have this thing touched down, and that'll be good. Alright, and then the moment we can drop down to like 70 or so, I switch to normal time so that physics funkiness doesn't happen. Alright, and that is the first vessel recovered. Yep, like I said, we didn't get science for that. That's okay, so let's grab the tracking station. And you're up here. And now it's time to do the exact same thing, but to get Valentina out of space. And her battery is dead. So I'm needing to use the thruster or even just turning. Alright, so I don't have the ability to control this descent anymore. There's no power to do anything. So Valentina's gonna aim whatever way Valentina aims down towards the ground. Most likely nose first. Now, the craft this light, it should be okay. Come on, swing back, swing back. Alright. Messy, but it'll work. Because that's part of why they're teardrop shaped. Because when it swings, the air hits that and it'll push it back to center. Okay. Like I said, the good news is it's a very light craft, so it loses its momentum pretty quickly on any type of friction, interference, whatever. Versus when you have, like, the command module areas for more Kerbals, a bunch of scientific equipment, landing gear, maybe some fuel for something or else, then it can be really hard to get rid of your momentum because there's just so much rocket you're dealing with. Oh, we're gonna land really close to where I previously landed on a previous return trip. Because we had one that... This is a flag we put down in the Highlands called There Can Only Be One. Okay. And we'll fast forward till we get closer to the ground. But yeah, so this is a perfect example of why we had landing gear. Sometimes I'm landing in water, sometimes I'm not. Unless I'm doing a mission that requires me to land in a certain place, or I have some other reason to really want to land in a certain place, I'm usually not going to put the time in to figure out targeting it. Okay. Then that'll be the next one back, and then we'll see what new missions we've got. Because as you can see, when you're doing the career mode, some of these missions are in line with like, okay, do the next thing to get ready for the moon, okay, do the next thing to get ready for the moon. Versus when you're just doing like the regular mode, it's like, nah, we're going to the moon. We're just going straight there. There's no prep and planning and tinkering and figuring out. We just point that sucker at the moon, we say, let's go. Okay. I should be more than able to handle that. Plonk. Yeah, well, you know what? We'll keep that data. We'll get the tiniest amount of data from that. Or science. Yep, 1.5 data. Nice. Alright, so it's that. Check our mission control. So you have Explore Kerbin. Docking on around Kerbin is stepping stone towards building your greater thing. Let's see. Dock 2 vessels on or around Kerbin. Transfer any crew between vessels near Kerbin. So it says on or around, so literally I could just put 2 little buggies and just poke them together. So let's go ahead and grab that one. But what we definitely don't want to do is this one up here is a whole big thing. And I'm not ready to tackle it. And for research and development, this can be where we can get our... Was the rover landing gear over here? That's what I'm trying to remember. Is somewhere in here we had rover stuff. That's the light scanning arm. And that's a whole bunch of extra science stuff. Oh, it is here. So the rover model S2. Right, so this is something we're going to need for a lot of these kind of missions. I'll go ahead and grab that. Okay. Better heat shielding? The heat shielding's not been a problem at any point. We haven't had any issues with heat. More so than that it is a functional thing that we have to deal with. Alright, so with this, we're going to go to our space plane hangar. Because we're going to make a space plane. Because we need to dock two crafts together. And by a space plane, we're going to have a cockpit. Which is going to have a docking port on it. We can probably go even smaller than that. Okay. We will have a tiny little robot here. Actually, you're using easier to work with, so you'll have this. We're going to put a docking port on there. And then we're going to go on here. And I shouldn't need the command module ring thing. What I will want is a couple of batteries. Need to transfer crew? Oh, right. You are correct. It did say need to transfer crew. That's fine. So, need to transfer crew. So we'll have the Mark II here, where we could put crew in there. We'll have that port. Couple of batteries, just because. I need... two-seaters? Yep. If I can remember how to rotate it the other way. Alright. This will be a little bit of annoyance, but that's okay. So structure. Is this cursed? You bet it is. I'm going to need a counterweight. Does she weigh how much? How much does the command module weigh? You weigh 1.56 tons. Let's go to structure here. All these weigh basically nothing. Okay, and I need something with some weight. So half a ton there. That'll hopefully be enough. I didn't put the solar panels on it. I might be able to get away without the solar panels with how many batteries I have. It's a little slow. It's a little slow, this guy. Okay. The Space Center. Go right back to it. And this time, Kerbals, you're gonna sit this one out, Bob. Alright, I was worried about that. Okay, so the problem we have is it's currently blocking the runway. And it's not very fast, unfortunately. So we're gonna try to do... I'm just gonna try and back it off the runway. So it's hopefully lined up so that the next craft can just drive up, poke noses, and then they can dock. Just gonna take a minute, because it is running entirely on battery power. Yeah, so the other one we're probably going to want to put a solar panel or two on it. Okay, so next thing is I just want to start turning it. It's facing the correct direction. Oh, it's dragging this. I see. Alright, let's reset that. That's junk. Where are we? We are at our own, like, spaceport. Basically, it just wants me to dock two things together. And so it's just trying to make, like, a really crappy fast rover that I could dock them together and put crew in. But yeah, we're gonna have to adjust that design. So the thing happens here is we scrap all of you. That's fine. So instead, I'm putting a robot in control of it again. Fair enough, robot's in control. Gonna get the cargo here. So you weigh about 1 ton, and you're just gonna be center mass. And then we're gonna go here to the couplings. There's a coupling on this side. And honestly, that side as well. I'm going to need to go here. Power. And a couple of solar panels. Okay. And sad little rover take 2. Because this way I don't even have to turn it around. I just gotta drive it off the runway, put down another one, drive it off, poke them, connect, and move one person. There you go. Now it's not dragging a half ton off the back. Alright. Good job, team. Good hustle. Alright, now the only thing I need to do is I need to make sure we don't fill up the crew here. So just gonna go crew. Oh, the other one didn't have anyone in it, so that's perfect. Alright, so Jebediah here is gonna go. And we'll get that going. Okay. Alright, so transfer crew, transfer to here, and mission complete. Good job, team. We have transferred people between craft on the planet for the first time. That's a real weird thing to be, proud of. To be like, we just went, poke. Give me my accolades for basically making 2 magnetic ports touch, and then someone to crawl through it. Let's go ahead and grab our other little rover. Oh, I took both of them up. That's fine by me. Alright. That is what we call tangible progress. So with that, let's go ahead and delete all those messages. Okay, we still have that time before we mess with the EVA mission. Alright, so what do we got? So explore the moon. We have enough data on the moon to attempt a landing, or we could stage one. It's up to you. We'd like you to mark the moon that isn't a smoldering crater. Head there, plant a flag. We'd like to bring a vessel back to Kerbal from the surface of the moon. At least one scientist assures us that we won't bring back any harmful contaminants. Alright, so that is the official, it's time to go to the moon. And you want me to do a rescue mission to save Menly Kerman. Okay. Alright. The good news is I have 9 years to actually go and do it. Which brings up lots of questions. Okay, so we have... Alright. So we have basically the objectives of landing on the moon. Land on the moon. Plant a flag on the moon. and bring the vessel back. And we need to bring at least one scientist with us. Alright. So. There's also saving Melly Kerman from moon orbit. I believe it's moon orbit. Hang on. Is that moon orbit or surface of moon? This is an important detail for a lot of considerations. Okay, orbit. Orbit's not as bad. Alright, so command pod level 2, because we need to make sure we're bringing Bob and Jebediah Kerman. So this is where things get tricky, because I need one crew to land on the moon. Well, I need someone to land on the moon, not one crew. Someone needs to land on the moon, do their science and all that, and get back up. And this is where things get a little tricky. So let's think about this. Now, I can do the way that the Apollo missions did, where they sent a lander down the moon, they did all their stuff, they launched back up, they got intercepted, grabbed, and then brought back home. I can also do the way I've done in the past, which is I made my last stage capable of taking off, like landing on the moon, taking off from the moon, and getting back home on its own. There's a lot of considerations to do there, because if I go back up in orbit, I am going to have to use a decent amount of Delta V to meet up with whatever craft we've got there. That's not the end of the world, it's just a consideration. So let's approach this. If we were going to be, you know, doing a moon lander, let's do that first. So the moon lander, I don't believe has... Do you have... Well, you have a reaction wheel. So Bob will be inside the moon lander. And things I want to determine is if Bob is inside the moon lander, will Bob be able to pilot it or whatever? Or do we need to have a dedicated pilot? Alright, so with the moon lander being a light little thing here, I am going to need to be able to pop you back off into the air. So yeah, so we've got the thuds. That could get us back into space. That'll probably be enough. We just need to kind of shoot it up into space and just have enough go to get it in orbit again. Around the moon. Otherwise, it'd be the... I honestly feel like using the Terrier over the Thud. So let's go ahead and plan. So this is the top piece. We will plan you for retrieval. So you're not going to be parachuting or anything. You just got this. Let's actually make sure we have... room for our science. There you go. There's the barometer. There's the thermometer. There's the goo. You'll be on the bottom part that's going to land and not come home with us. So close that. Oh, okay. Do you weigh a lot? You don't weigh much. So you'll be the base piece down here. I am going to need at least a little bit of a fuel canister. I have no idea if that's going to be sufficient. We could also just use monopropellant. Okay, so there's that there. So this is just to get us, try and get us into orbit. I am going to go ahead and set up the monopropellant. How much do you weigh? 0.1 tons. And there's your door. Question is, I'm going to be using this 0.2 per second. Fine, does the remote control leave room for the new guy? Well, this is just going to be the other thing. I'm going to have a separate capsule. I'm going to have a separate capsule for carrying the actual crew or whatever. This is just the lander for dropping onto the moon's surface. Alright. So I'm already realizing I'm going to be moving the experiments. I'm changing my mind on the lander. Hey, Tomb. Tomb checking out our sponsor. We actually got, for Tomb's birthday, I got her a set of the Fractal headsets, because her headset broke. Alright. So I'm deciding whether or not I want to do, like, an actual moon lander, or, you know, something else with that. Because, like, this is the lander we've got so far with our monopropellants and all that. The thing I'm running into is we have a person to rescue as a mission that we picked up. So it's not someone I got stranded, but is someone I need to rescue. The other one is we need to land on the moon, plant a flag, and then recover ourselves from the moon. Now, the way I've done this in the past is I've tried to make the little moon landers, and I've been generally unenthused with that strategy, which is what I'm running into here. Usually I literally make a rocket I can land on the moon and then take right back off from the moon again. Which isn't necessarily the most elegant solution. The problem I'm running into is my temptation to do both of these in one trip. And that would imply I need a rocket that's capable of landing a thing on the moon that can facilitate at least 2, maybe 3 people on it. Well, probably just 2. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll have the Mark II, so it can carry 2 people. And we're required for this mission to have a scientist on here. So we got our scientist. We're taking Jebediah off. And then what we're going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to go and get ourselves a couple of things. Let's get the reactionary wheel. So we got like a little bit of spin and all that we can do. We're going to put a battery in there. So we have power. And I put some solar panels on here. So we have a means of recovering power. Meanwhile, this thing is going to have to land when it gets home from Kerbal. So I can go ahead and chuck a parachute here on the tippy top. And it'll put a set of drag chutes. Okay, so this will let me recover the person in space. Let's see, you'll probably want a probe core so you can SAS without the pilot. Yeah, sorry, I was going to put that up here and I forgot. Yep. Because that's my intention, is to have the... There you are. There we go. So this means we've got a robot to pilot, we got our scientist on board, we got space for the other Kerbal we're going to be rescuing. After this, we need our scientific instruments. So we got our Science Junior here. Let's move you out of the way and grab the payload. So we got storage, then the Science Junior. We can open you up. And we can shove the thing where we can store finished experiments in there. We will put the goo for them to observe. We'll put a barometer. A thermometer. And just because I'm a little on the paranoid side with this one, I'm going to put 2 extra sets of batteries in here. So close that up. Alright, so the next thing we need for this whole setup is, we gotta remember, this thing's going to land on the moon, and then my intention is for it to take off from the moon and carry them home. Now, I don't think I have any really, really tiny fuel. I mean, I do have some pretty tiny fuel capsules. Do I think I can get these tiny little fuel capsules and tiny little engines for them, and use that as my means of getting off the moon? Because I don't need a lot of Delta V. Not those. I don't need a lot of Delta V, but I do need some.
Thank you Hamsfree for subscribing for 2 months. Rual Jam.
Thank you Hamsfree for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and use it here, and I do really appreciate that. Been sub to the channel for 2 months, and thank you again for that continued support. Let's see here. So we got our mono. Just make sure your TWR is correct. You don't want to sit there blasting away and get nowhere. Done that too many times on my own. Yeah, well, I mean, my concern, because we're going to be on the moon. My concern is more not having enough fuel to get where I need to go, more than the TWR, but you're not wrong. Okay. So we have the monopropellant. Let's go here to controls. And put 3 monopropellant things there. And 3 here so we can maneuver it a little bit. Alright, so I got a couple of problems. One of those problems is how the heck we can do that. So it's the photovoltaic things, the Goob ED monitor. Do we have the experimental control unit? Needs to be deployed central phase. Okay, so we can bring this stuff to put down the ability to do science. The catch is, I don't see... Do you give me an antenna? You do have an antenna. Alright. So put the control unit, the photovoltaic in there, and the goo monitor in here. And then some experiment kits. And I shouldn't need them, but repair kits. Alright. But this is the hardest part because it's a thing I can't test in advance. Not really. And then the other problem I have is, how are my people getting in and out? I don't think we got the ladder yet. Oh no, I did get the ladder. Okay, that's good. That's at least a little good news here. Hitchhiker's storage container. Oh, but you're pretty heavy. You're 2 tons. Okay. Alright, so we have got... Let's see, if they have jetpacks, they could fly on the moon? Yes. I'm probably not going to be flying them on the moon. We're probably going to be doing some experiments right there. The goal here is to pick up the person in space, land on the moon, wherever the heck we land on the moon, and then take off and get home. And that's the catch, is getting enough stuff that I can land on the moon and then take back off the moon. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. That is fair. I do find it tricky to fly up there, but that's okay. We'll probably end up doing it anyways. In the meantime, what we could do here is put this on one side. There's some ladder rungs there. There's some ladder rungs there. There. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go too much there, and that's the actual thing there. We'll probably end up having them go and jump down there. Alright, so I gotta make my decision of how we're landing and taking off from the moon. So, I could always shove the flea on the bottom for taking off. It's not a great solution, and once I hit the go button, it just go. We can use the thuds. The thuds would give us some pretty good up. A lot of force behind them. But, let's see, so 175 ISP. Well, we're going to be in vacuum either way. So the Terrier is going to give me the most fuel efficiency, because we will be in vacuum. The catch is the fuel tanks, because if I keep making the thing taller, it'll be way more difficult to go and get down to the ground. I do think we mash one of the little teeny tiny fuel tanks down here. We put the Terrier there, and when I say that, I actually want to go here, and we'll put a heat shield there. We'll put a decoupler here. And then we mash that on. That way we get it into... One second. That way we can get into Kerbal orbit. We ditch the fuel cell, the fuel thing off of there, and we go with that. And now I think about it. So you think TWR of 0.25 of Kerbal TWR is required for the moon gravity, if your math's correct? Yeah, so it'd be like 1.5 for Kerbal and like 0.25 or whatever. Or like 0.35 or whatever to take off there. So we are going to need the landing struts for on the moon. And a second set for on Kerbal. I don't think that's going to be enough fuel, though. Yeah, the TWR 0.33 should put it around what we need for taking off of the moon. But my concern here is it's only 97 Delta V, which is nothing. That's definitely not enough to get us home. And these are jet fuel. Small solid rocket boosters. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, is a lot of times I don't do the, I tend not to prefer not to do the strategy of the, Apollo, like go up, dock, and all that. Because then I have all, like, the maneuvering and all that in space, and then getting in and transferring over, and then having all the science stuff move over. I feel like it adds so many extra variables to it. I would just rather make a bit of a beefier rocket and just make it work. Just this monstrosity. So I'm thinking here, is we've got the Terrier there. And that gives me 326 Delta V, but is only 0.24. So it's probably not enough thrust. If we add the thuds, that gives me way more TWR than I need. But I can potentially go down here and cut you to like way less than the maximum power. That says TWR of 0. Yeah, that's TWR of 1 with 400 and something Delta V. And so what my hope here is I'm going to add a couple of like little extra pods on this of fuel. And then after we successfully land, I'm just going to kick the pods off. I don't have the most confidence of these landing gear, but it might protect them a little. Okay, so what can we put on here for some nice little fuel pods? That's jet fuel. Because I want pods like this, but the fuel we need. Those are jet fuel. Okay. Could you stop moving into its own stage? Okay. Fine. This is not the right... Well, so the reason I'm being hesitant with what I'm doing here is if I go in and make this super tall, I just keep getting more and more top-heavy. If I do something like this, it makes it far less aerodynamic, but it would be more manageable. So I think we are going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the couplings here, and we're just going to have an abomination of a rocket here. I'm going to grab these smaller fuel containers here. And we're going to do aerodynamics, make it slightly less cursed. I will grab a fuel line. Okay, so pop those. That's when we're all done. That'd give me 0.7, and that'd be 500 something Delta V. We can kick those off. So it'd have about 1,000 Delta V between the two of those for landing and takeoff. I think that would be manageable. We can go ahead and give you a little bit more thrust on there. Yeah, so that'd give me about 1 as the max. And yeah, like I said, it gives us about 1,000 between the two stages there. And like I said, I'm going to kick these off when they're drained, which will actually give us a little bit better. Instead of thumpers, you could put more of the other engines on and use them like regular boosters. Yeah, well, let's check the engines, because we've got the Terriers, 345 efficiency. I lose a lot of TWR, and it actually looks like I'm going to lose a lot of Delta V on that too. go to you. Limit you down here by a lot. And people are saying we don't need this much. Okay, so I could try about there. That should be more than I need. I mean, honestly, I could probably get away with a lot lower than this. Yeah, so that should give me plenty of go to get ourselves back off the moon. And 1,000 MS, or 1,000 Delta V-ish, should be enough for me to deorbit myself back home. And this top half should be self-sufficient to re-enter on its own as well. I'm not super convinced this isn't a cursed design I'm going to regret using. Alright, but nevertheless, now we've got to get this thing to the moon. And this is where things are getting messy. So we've got this stage here. That is our get ourselves to the moon stage. Now we got our next stage here. And this is our, you know, getting into orbit, all that garbage. If it can start getting us to the moon, that's great. I don't have the highest level of confidence in that. So I'll put the swivel here. And honestly, just because I saw them and I've never used them, let's go ahead and put these here, because we got these weird fuel tanks like this. Oh, those are big. Okay. I don't think I have an engine that's the appropriate size for that. Never mind. I was going to go ahead and try one of those out, but I don't have an engine that fits it. Okay, that's fine. But the plan is straightforward here. We're going to go ahead and... do this garbage. You will be using the Reliance, because they're slightly better efficiency in atmosphere than the swivel. They just don't swivel, so they're not as useful for steering and all that. Aerodynamics for Conan. Yeah, and that only gives us about one. Yeah, so we use those together. We can pop those off. That pops that stage, which engages this stage. That pops this off, which engages this stage. Alright, so it's still about 2,000 Delta V. It'll actually be a little bit better because we're going to pop those off. Oh, and before I forget, the fuel lines going in here. So we can kick those off when we get there. And then we still need more up. We're going to be overcompensating a great deal with this rocket. It is going to be going there. Got struts yet? Struts aren't nearly as critical as they used to be. That was even since the last time I played. It used to be you had to have struts or you got the wobble. These days are nowhere near as necessary. They did massively improve the wobble. Okay, those are only going to give me 1 TWR, which is actually lower than you want. Interesting. We will fire all these at the same time, but we're going to pop those off. Because normally, I've been going in here and then throttling them down. So I'm a little worried about this thing not having the power I need to get where I'm going. But let's test. And see how it goes with this. So we are trying to get to the moon, rescue the Kerbal around the moon, and land. Realistically, I'll probably rescue the Kerbal, find that there's some flaws that I won't be able to do the landing, and go from there. But, you know, we had to start somewhere. Alright. Let the solid rocket boosters do their thing for the first phase. And then we got to ramp up the throttle. Not feeling too good on this one. Yeah, we are burning through that fuel and not making a whole lot of up, a whole lot of fast. Please stop spinning the ball, instead let me get to 90. Or 45, whatever. Okay. We are doing our best. Bob looks worried for some reason. There's just explosions behind Bob constantly. Nothing unusual. I mean, I'm full send on this booster, and we're fast approaching the apoapsis, and we're going to need to stage down to our nowhere near as strong engine pretty soon, which really worries me that this is not going to stabilize in orbit as it is. Or if it does stabilize in orbit, it's going to be after I've spent half of the next fuel tank, which we can't really afford to get rid of. That's my get to the moon stage. Come on. We'll see if we can make it work. Like, we're full send, but we're now on the downswing. I don't think we're even going to get to orbit on this. When I saw that the TWR on the solid rocket boosters was only 1, it's like, that's not really what I need. Yeah, this is a failure. Alright, revert. Vehicle assembly building. There's just not enough, none of TWR on these solid rocket boosters as they stand right now. That said, there's a couple different ways we could deal with this. There is the rational, reasonable, and probably the correct way, which I won't be doing, And then there's the, what if we just shoved more solid rocket boosters on it and said, good enough. Something not centered right? You aren't centered right. There we go. Okay, so we can go here now. Aerodynamics, put the cones on. You are gonna pop off at the same time. You're all down here. All 6 of those puts it just about the right TWR. If I have them going at full bore. Cool. That seems cursed. Yeah, it's because I have this giant, weighty lander on the top of it. That's the reason why we're having to put so much rocket underneath it. It's the classic, the tyranny of rocketry. For every pound you add, you need to add like 10 more pounds. Or, I mean, it scales is the actual problem. So having this big, meaty lander on the top that's got enough fuel to take itself back off and get back to Kerbal means I'm just pushing a lot of extra weight that I otherwise shouldn't need. Alright, this is feeling way better. Where are we going? Minmus? No, this is just going to the moon, but it is landing on the moon. We don't have a lot of the better stuff unlocked yet, unfortunately, so we're kind of dealing. Well, that's not what you want to see. All right, let's try that again. Just the tiniest bit of the vectoring thruster to help. So hopefully when we stage, we don't start immediately flipping over. Because the funny thing is we didn't flip over at all when these were off-centered. Oh yeah, no, Stoka. It's actually interesting to look back at early NASA Day rocketry videos. And yeah, there is some real messy launches of stuff just like going flip right into the ground and all that stuff as they were, you know, experimenting, learning, and figuring out rocketry and all that. Okay. So this time, no immediate cartwheeling. Love to see it. We're definitely making better progress than we were the last time. One would hope with the extra 3 large solid rocket boosters. Let's start taking it to the 45. Please recover, please recover, please recover, please recover. I'm begging. We'll try that one more time. And I'm just going to assume this is going to go so well that I'm actually going to set the target. The funny thing is we did have no problems the first one so far as like the actual launching. We just didn't have enough Delta V to do our job. So now we've got ourselves a pretty good chunk more Delta V to work with. But now we're having issues, and that's funny because all the Delta V's in the back you think would be more stable. Okay, just a little over. Little by little, we're going to start scooching it on over. Please stop corkscrewing. Just trying to get to about that 45-degree angle. Throttle it down a bit. Oh. Let's turn you over here. I'm gonna keep the throttle nice and light until we start getting closer to the apoapsis, and then we're gonna just sit there and throttle the whole way up. I'm gonna try and keep it at about a minute and 30 or so to the apoapsis. We're fully throttled up, and we're just trying to get it so that our periapsis is above atmosphere. Now this stage isn't my get to the moon stage, this is my get to orbit stage. Okay. I think we might be good. It won't be like super duper efficient. We're gonna be passing that. You think you need 2,000 Delta V for orbit? Yeah. No, we're probably gonna get a little shy on the this stage, and I'll have to dip into the next stage, but I think we'll be okay. We can dip into the next stage and it's probably fine as long as we don't dip way too deep. The big issue we're going to run into is the next stage doesn't have nearly as much power as this stage, but it's just way more fuel efficient. Okay. Yeah, we're just hitting the apoapsis now, so we're going to have a bit of a burn after the apoapsis. So it's looking like we're going to still struggle a bit here, because I am burning up more fuel than I really can afford to at this part. We are going to make orbit, I'm pretty sure. And like between using the what's supposed to be my lander stage and all that, we should be able to get to the moon, retrieve do the rescue, and get back. I don't think we got enough to do the landing though. Because I'm burning up like half of this stage just trying to achieve orbit. There's always enough fuel to land once. Well, landing back in Kerbin's no problem, because this thing's got parachutes and all that. It doesn't require fuel, but it doesn't take much to get off the moon, luckily. I'm definitely burning way, way more of this stage than I'd like. How many hours do I have in Kerbal Space Program? Like 200 something. But it's kind of one of those things that I put a bunch of hours in one time and then don't play for a couple of years and then put a little, more hours in that don't play for a couple of years. I feel, weirdly seeing it only say 200 feels way shy because I've reached all the planets in the system and all that, but that was back in the day before they had like the meteor to land on and all that stuff. Yeah, so we're going to spend about 2/3 to 3/4 of my my fuel just getting into orbit here. All right. So that said, we want to reach the moon. $730 burn. We're not even close. All right. Vehicle assembly building. Not even close. We had like 230 left in that stage. So the previous times I did that stage, I had a whole extra fuel tank. All right, so let's do some reconsidering of our design. Get these out of the way. Yoink you. Yoink all that. This is going to be a rough decision to do. But that ensures I have more than enough Delta V when I get there. But the problem with that is that it makes it even harder. Is there another way to get more science to get bigger boosters? Oh, if we're just going after science exclusively, I could honestly just drive around on Kerbin and probably get a bunch of science. Just going to each area, stopping, doing a bunch of like the science in the location, go to the next area, stop, do the science of that. Have you already got the stuff from the Space Center? I haven't driven around to all of the Space Center and checked everything, no. I can do that. I don't really want to do that on stream because that is just a lot of me just driving around in circles, which could just take a long time. And check out Uzi doing some, is that windrows. Sorry, it's just very hard to see that. But if, definitely go check out Uzi and all that stuff. Yeah, no, that's, it's not the monotonous part. It's from a content creator side of things. It's not fun to watch. I already do plenty of stuff that's, slow and tedious stuff that a lot of people aren't going to stay interested in super long. But stuff like that is pretty hard to come from the streaming side of things. It's like, Kenji, you can easily have really good survival and all that by just, you know, being super deliberate in the fights you pick and all that kind of nonsense. And thank you for the 47 bits. I do appreciate it. Like, just making sure, like, you're aware on every single fight you pick and that kind of thing. Alright, so this time we actually have a better TWR than we did with all the other tanks. Now, the downside is of that better TWR is it doesn't count for a lot of things there. We're going to go ahead and go obnoxious. I don't think we quite fit that many. We're just going to try and shove ourselves into space. So with this, I want to go here. I'm going to lower that down to, let's say, about 67. Too much. 75. Yeah, no, actually 75 should be fine. Put that there, we won't throttle it. Yeah, just not good for entertainment value. If you put boring, understand? Yeah, no, and there's a lot of games of that. Where, like, kind of the meta strategies and all that are not fun for consumption. Alright, this is probably definitely a mistake. Yes, that's actually got a relatively okay TWR without being good. Alright. So we're just going to try and solid rocket boosters. Do you have struts unlocked? Yes. Struts are nowhere near as important as they used to be. Struts used to be because your ship would do the wobble, the Kraken to be unleashed. You can still cause that nowadays, but it's not like it used to be where it just happened all the times. It's pretty rare you see the wobble get too much out of hand where there's not something funky going on. Okay. So the hope here is between all those solid rocket boosters, we'll get way higher than we did before. We do have an extra, like a full extra fuel tank on our in-space stage, but we did remove a lot of fuel tanks from our get-to-orbit stage, and my hope is that all of these solid rocket boosters will get us much farther along before I depend on the one last booster there. It's not looking very good. I need a lot more up before I get set up, because that one little booster there doesn't actually have enough TMR for what I probably am going to want. Come on, don't keep tipping, stabilize. Are any of the planets habitable? I mean, it wouldn't be relevant in the game. There's just Kerbal, but like, this isn't a game where you colonize other planets or anything else, so them being habitable or not makes no difference. You can land on them. You can get rovers and drive around on them. The solar system is basically a relatively similar solar system to, you know, Sol like we have here in real life. Yeah, this is looking really, really bad for us getting into orbit. we just don't have enough go. Okay, so there's no Mars equivalent. Mars is inhabitable. They broadly have a similar solar system, but yeah, like Kerbal has 2 moons instead of 1. You know, little differences like that, but broadly speaking, it's very similar. Yeah, this isn't going to be close. I'm going to go over the apoapsis, and that'll be just all downhill. You can just leave them in space. Yeah, no, this isn't a survival game. This isn't like... It's just not that kind of a game. So the problem is I'm so top-heavy on this thing. Now, we had some of the bigger thrusters we could probably get away with more. Or having the structural stuff to get that going. I think we're going to have a change of plans. So, as much as I wanted to do the landing on the moon right now, let's focus on the rescue first. We'll do the rescue first, see if we can unlock some new tech, because we're trying to force our way with insufficient things to make it work. And it's me being greedy and trying to do 2 and 3 missions at the same time, which is good from an efficiency standpoint, but we don't really have the technology for that. Okay, so we've got our ship here. We want to bring in our science nonsense. So we can go ahead and do the payload, which is where we'll store the science. Science Junior. Pop the doors open. That's where we store the science. There's the goo. Barometer. Thermometer. And then batteries. Close you up. Put a pair of solar panels here. Have you messed with mods at all? I generally don't mod my games. So no. I just prefer to play my games kind of as the developers made them. It's not that I never mod, but it is very seldom that I mod. Okay. So let's also go here, command module. Honestly, do I need the monopropellant? I probably don't. We're not docking it up, so let's not worry about the monopropellant. We have the coupler here. So then this is our get to the moon, rescue, and get backstage. So if I set you up, you'll give me about 500 Delta V. That's probably not enough. We set you up, I get about 800 Delta V. Do you recommend KSV for someone who knows nothing about it? Yeah, no, I mean, if you're into space stuff, like you don't need to be knowledgeable on it, but if you are interested in space stuff, I think Kerbal Space Program is a great way to have fun and learn about space stuff. It's very much something that solidly fits into like edutainment. All right, so we've got our swivel rocket here. Then we got all this up here. That's fine too. Let's go ahead and do this. But yeah, no, if you like space stuff, why would you not play the space game? There's just not another game that does a good job of being like, would you like to be NASA? Because that's pretty much what Kerbal Space Program is. It's like, what if you were NASA? Okay. Oh, that's the one we have, the Reliant. Make sure it's actually the swivel. We're gonna set up the kind of the rocket we've done a couple of times. So all those go off at the same time. Then we pop those off when they're done. We go up here to the fuel lines. And hook those up so that these outside ones drain first. The middle one's full, so we can just keep going. And... still have the solid rocket boosters. Because, seriously, solid rocket boosters. Okay, so, check you. You're still only going to have a TWR of 1. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This usually ends really badly. I'm trying to remember, can I duplicate, like, click hold? No. Yeah, so you got those. We need an extra stage here. Move you up. Move you up. You're in the same stage there. Oh, here, didn't... yeah, so I shouldn't need to run those nearly at full. I'm not feeling great about this setup, but we'll see how it goes. First, before we make a horrible mistake, Bill, get out. There's a rescue. Alright. So I gotta have room for the other person we're rescuing to get in. Now, for the record, I didn't lose someone in space. You get missions that'll tell you to do things, and then the mission we had has told us that we need to rescue a person. But yeah, so I need to probably upgrade my rocketry stuff, because we haven't been doing that. I've been trying to push the spaceplane stuff because I keep getting all these contracts to survey stuff all over Kerbal. And if I can get a bunch of those done, that's a bunch of reputation and money and all that, which means better contracts and yada yada yada. Okay. You love the full volumetric clouds and weather that are available with mods too. So beautiful. Oh yeah, there's lots of wild things you can do with mods. I've just always been of the mind I'd rather my games run as, you know, smoothly as possible versus, like, can I make them a little prettier? It's the same thing I joke about. It's like, this game involves ray tracing. It's like, can I turn it off? And like, but why would you want to turn it off? It's like, I'd rather have 10%, 20% more performance. And you say that, and some person looks like you just punched them in the mouth. You're like, hey man, I'm sorry. I want my game to be less crashy, and I want it to be more performant. Looking pretty is cool and all that, but, you know, that's a secondary consideration for me. Alright. It's a reason way out the throttle. There's lots of good parts mods, so you also can't forget Mech Jeb if you're lazy. I have no idea what those mods do, though. Alright. It's a real slow burn there. And this time, though, our stage 2 here, our next stage here, it does have enough fuel that we could go to the moon, do a little dance, do some barrel rolls, hang 10, whatever we want to do, and then get back to the play thing. Mech Jet will basically fly your craft automatically from the ground to orbit, arrange rendezvous with other crafts, set up maneuver nodes and other planets. Oh, that's... Gotcha. So it handles, like, the actual controlling of all the things. So if you just like building the rockets and all that kind of stuff, you can configure and say, go do your things. And it takes care of the actual flying. Alright. So we're full burn. We still have like almost 600 Delta V in this stage. The next stage I have just a bit shy of 4,000 Delta V. So like I said, that is enough Delta V to do whatever I need out in space. Especially good if you need like to launch 5 crafts to set up a bigger craft to, say, Rual or whatever saves tedium. Yep. Okay, it's looking relatively good. This isn't going to get us all the way to orbit on this stage. But it's getting us just shy of it. And then, like I said, I got a little bit shy of 4,000 Delta V in this last little stage here. Okay. Because then what we can do is we get this into orbit, and once this is in orbit, we can turn around and retrieve the stranded person they want me to go rescue, and go from there. Okay, so we're about to be flipped into being considered in orbit. They've only burned off a couple hundred Delta V. The camera should flip here in just a second. Alright, we're officially considered in orbit, though it's not a stable orbit yet. I didn't put solar panels? Yeah, we had solar panels on there. Alright, throttle down. We're in a perfectly usable orbit. Alright, and that should be good. Since it has that wiggle, that means we're definitely going to be solidly in there. So let's go ahead and bring you into position to the maneuver. That's going to be a really long burn. But then once we get into the moon's orbit, we do have a stranded Kerbal out there. And go do that. I'm also trying to remember when it comes to gaining your science what the limitations are, because you can't repeat doing the same things again and again. We can send probes out to various things and then basically send the data back, but the idea is you only get partial credit if you deliver most stuff, which is okay. Because getting 75% of something you can't get otherwise meaningfully, you do what you do. It's also one of the things from the content creator side with Kerbal Space Program. Like, it's an amazing game for doing content in the early to mid game, but once you start going, like, I'm going to the system way over there, or going to that planet way over there, those are a lot of stuff that, like, people probably noticed I set up the one ship to go to Eve, and it's just kind of spinning there. We're waiting till it goes, like, an in-game year goes by to do the next step. So transmitting data has less reward than bringing it back most of the time. There is some stuff like your crew reports that don't take a penalty that I've seen, but there are other experiments that do take a penalty. That you get like 70-80% credit from the science. But when you're getting to stuff that pays out some pretty significant amounts of science, you can get away with losing a bit. Okay. Cool. Turn off the SAS to save power and warp over here. Gotta warp a little bit more. And then we should be enough that we are under the influence of the moon's gravity. Okay, so I can go here, add maneuver. So you're going that way, which is unfortunate because I'm going the other direction. Because I'm going this way, you're going that way. That's okay for now. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can adjust it so I can come in this way and swing back around. I don't think we can do that without it being a tremendous fuel expenditure. Yeah, you're talking. Alright, let's just get to orbit first. So orbit first is easy, we just throttle down. We are in orbit at that point. Alright, let's get to our next maneuver. I was like, why can I not move? Please. There's a pilot. I don't need, like, line of sight or radio signal or anything like that. Okay, so we get ourselves into orbit around the moon, then we need to, like, flip our orbit. And then make the rendezvous. And then go home. And that's good enough. Okay, so with this, we have the problem that we are entirely on the wrong angle. So we're going to add a maneuver here. What is adding a maneuver doing? It's basically saying when I get to that point, I want to set up where I'm going to be facing a certain way and then thrusting for a certain period of time. It's planning out where I want to do my next move to try and meet up with the other ship. One point mine. This is a nasty maneuver so far as just the sheer amount of everything it's taking. Okay, that puts us on the right plane, but nowhere near the right position. I mean, they can be massive adjustments, but... Okay, let's adjust it to just get the yeah, get those about right. Alright, that'll be our first part of this maneuver. Or first part of our aligning ourselves. This is gonna cost me a lot of fuel. But I am orbiting the wrong direction, so I am just gonna have to blast so hard. They're trying to like change our entire orbit almost. Stop fighting me on this. I need you to be at least relatively close. Okay, so basically we're kind of reversing, we're kind of rotating our entire orbit. So like if I just cut off now, we'd slam into the moon and be done with it. But we're just trying to like completely reverse our orbit by just fighting against it. Which, needless to say, is not fuel efficient. The fuel efficient way would have been pay attention to which way it's orbiting to come in and make sure I was coming in on that side of the moon. I'll hydrate in just a minute. I actually ran out of drink here, so I gotta step away to actually do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm going to just get this maneuver done. And I'll step away long enough to grab myself a new drink. Alright. Okay, so we got ourselves situated there. So bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. We're about to an ad break anyways, and I need to get a new drink, so I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you for tuning in. I'll be right back. All right, and back to it. Okay, so we're actually, so this is how much like the number of degrees off I am from there. So if we turn to the side there, we're almost on the same plane. If you look very slightly, this is ever so slightly lower on that end and higher on this one. Oh, so what we're doing right now is we got a mission where one of the other space agencies stranded one of their pilots right there, and we're rescuing them. So that's what we're doing right now, is we're going to rescue a stranded pilot that's just doing whatever they're doing out here. So what we can do here is, let's go to the periapsis and add a maneuver here. That is not the direction I need you to go. Ooh.
Thank you, Anxious Looter, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Anxious Looter, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you use it here. And I do really appreciate it. We can actually get to a pass of about 13 kilometers right there. So we can get to that, and then we're going to equalize our stuff. So let's get that maneuver. That's a very, very tiny, tiny, tiny little burn as well. I just happened to luck into this being about right. So it's not this pass that we want to fix that. Yes, I do. So that'd be a retrograde. And we gotta wait, because it's just a little deep. Little teeny tiny, I mean, it's gonna actually be a very low throttle flare for like 10, 20 seconds or whatever, but if I went full throttle, it'd be like literally just touch the gas and let off. But yeah, what that's supposed to do is on my next pass, I should get within 13 kilometers of each other with a relative speed of 11 meters a second. Which means real close to the same. Alright. So that takes us to 10 kilometers of each other. Let's come on around. And at that point, we want to try and match their orbit as very closely as possible. Okay, so let's see if I can remember and do this correctly. I believe what we want to do is start by adjusting our speed relative to each other down to about 0. Okay. And then we want to flip to, there'll be a pink circle that is pointing towards the other ship. You move that up to about 10 meters a second. And now bring us down to 2 kilometers over there. So warp to here. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 kilometers apart here. And continuing to close distance. Let's switch to retrograde from each other. It's going to equalize with each other again. So I'm doing each time we equalize, we're making our orbits closer and closer together. So basically, I kind of flatten my orbit to be as close as possible, then I thrust a little bit towards it to close the gap, and then I'll equalize it again until I get about where I want it. 2 kilometers is probably doable. Okay, so we've got U set up there. So now we want to switch, because we're moving 0 meters relative to each other. And this time we'll only go for about 5 meters a second relative to each other. And that puts us at separation of 0 kilometers. How much is it? Oh no, this is not using much fuel. I'm just barely like feathering the throttle each time we're doing this. The moon has very little gravity, so it's not hard to fight with it. Alright, so we're gonna let this thing get down to about 1 kilometer. So we get some really good view of each other. And then we're gonna retrograde so that we can get ourselves stationary with each other. And then I'm hoping I can EVA the other person and have them hop into our ship, because we do have room for another person. It's got to get to this side of the ship. But yeah, to give you an idea, I've got about 1,521 Delta V worth of fuel, and we used about 11 there. So we did burn about 1% of our overall fuel doing a maneuver, but half the time we're just not using any, we're just drifting. Alright. Let's see, about how much does a round trip take, if that's possible? A round trip to go from, like, Kerbin to the moon and back? So it takes about 800 ms of fuel to go from Kerbin to the moon once you've hit orbit. What it takes to get in orbit all depends on your ship's size. Like it takes, like, I think it's 2,000 Delta V or something like that. Meanwhile, to get back it's not much, it's like 100 or so, because you can just send yourself off the back of the moon in slingshot, and since you're fighting the moon's gravity, you'll end up slowing yourself down and fall into Kerbin. Alright, so we're getting real close here. Okay. So burn off just a couple Delta V. This sounds cool, good. You're trying to learn as much off you before you actually play the game tomorrow. Yeah, the big thing to remember with rocketry is everything is Delta V. The only thing that's an exception is, like, getting into orbit. Like, getting off the ground. And Delta V is a matter of, like, how much mass you have versus how much ability you have to move it. Your Delta V comes out of that. So, like, the more you make your rocket bigger, the more you need to move it, the lower your Delta V goes. So it is a juggle, because there's a equation known as the tyranny of rocketry, which is for every little bit you make your rocket weigh more, the harder it is for you to, you know, the harder is, like, every additional pound you add becomes exponentially more costly to deal with. Switch to... Alright, so let's quick save here. EVA. Where is the other ship relative to us? Alright, so you're going to... Oh, I'm making a mistake. I just got to eyeball it. Because I want to set that as my target. Alright. But yeah, no, by all means, ask questions. But yeah, so it's a whole thing that goes into, like, the space style. It's like you can keep adding more and more power onto it, but your rocket becomes so much more expensive for every little step. There's definitely times where you'll find the easier way to make it to your goal is actually have less rocket. Like having kind of the minimum amount of rocket you need to accomplish your goal. That way you have just what you need to, like, push into space. Okay. And in. Alright, can we get anything from scanning around here? So let's pin that. Have you gone to every planet of the game? Yeah, long ago. They've added new planets since I did that, though. Or, I guess, new celestial objects, because it's stuff like a meteor, or, sorry, an asteroid that you can land on. Like, I definitely remember the first time landing on the proxy for, I believe it's Mercury, smacking into the atmosphere, thinking, like, my parachutes will work good, and just ripping the parachutes off my ship, going... Worked better than they could physically handle. Okay, so with this... we have tons of Delta V. So let's plan to slingshot off of the planet. So my new target is home. That's fine, whatever. You're going to do relative to orbit. We're going to bring this in nice and close. And the reason I'm doing that is that way we can go in close and then slingshot ourselves off the other side. I'm having problems telling which way we're orbiting. Okay. I believe I'm orbiting this way, so that's right. Yeah, so what we can do is we can slingshot ourselves off the back of the moon. And since the moon is going around this way and we'll be slingshotting ourselves off that way, you kind of negate. We'll still be moving, but we're kind of countering the direction that we're going because of the moon's orbit with that, and then the moon's gravity is going to drag us with that. So it should drop us in relatively close to Kerbal. Then you can do all that, but I'm trying to bring the periapsis here pretty low so I can do a nice tight loop there. Because I also want to see if I can't snag some science on the flyby. But even though I am doing a burn, we are very, very slowly removing the Delta V because I have a very large amount of fuel left on this thing and a very efficient engine for space. Let's bring it nice and close. All right. Okay, so you'll want to go down here, warp to there, which I did quick save just in case. Alright, so with that, observe the goo. I'm not going to get a lot of science from it, but it is some. Log the temperature. Not going to get anything with that. Check the pressure. No good. Do the materials study. We'll get a tiny bit from that. Crew report. Not so helpful. And then the EVA shouldn't do anything for us either, I don't think. EVA. EVA report. The EVA reports actually gave me a decent amount. Alright, so we're going to set SAS prograde. Oh, try again? Yeah, no luck. We're going to put all this in containers. Help make it more likely to survive. Alright, so we're getting close to this. We're going to go ahead and add a maneuver here. We just want to expand it till it kicks me out. That's higher than I want it to be. There's too much text here and I can't select past it. Alright, I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. So this will be a pro grade at that stage. So not quite the angle I wanted to pop out. What I wanted to go straight off the back. But just positioning, it's not gonna work out. I'm not gonna be in the right position when I should be. But that'll be fine. This will accomplish our goal just about as good. And I'll still have over 1,300, well, just under 1,300 Delta V. Alright. And this will be the rescue mission accomplished, which is good news. Okay. Are we getting contracts from Minmus yet? No, we haven't gotten any from Minmus quite yet. Oh, no, that's not true. We had one for Minmus, but it was like this big, elaborate, like, set up an entire space station thing and all that. It's like, alright, hang on, wait a second. This is a massive escalation from all of the other contracts we've been doing. Alright, so this will take us out of Moon's orbit. Okay, with that, then we go retrograde. I've got 1,200 Delta V. And we're pretty close to the periapsis. Or sorry, apoapsis. And for those who don't know, apoapsis is far away from like your high end of your orbit, and periapsis is your low end. So you'll see that our orbit is not circle around the like the placenta. So the periapsis is the farthest. The periapsis is the closest. The apoapsis is the farthest. And generally speaking, it's usually more efficient at one of those extremes to bring in or, you know, to make the other one go out farther. Like if I want the periapsis to go in closer, then what I do is I throttle up at the apoapsis going the other direction. And because I'm now slowing down my lateral motion, it'll bring it in. We're gonna drop that sucker down to like 55 kilometers. That's a little aggressive. Also, another point, as funds increases, there is a slack available to run several missions at once, instead of always recovering, also making infrastructure, yeah. Let's go and just smidge that out a little bit. That's good. Alright, so with this, we're gonna go all the way in here. Oh, that's not right. Okay, that was... I'm honestly surprised that actually ran through there without having a problem. So warp there again. I marked on the wrong side of it. Okay, so retrograde. And then full retrograde. It's time to bring this rocket down. So we're fast approaching the periapsis. We're 1 minute away from it, so as close as the planners are going to get. And we're full reverse thrust. That way we bring the apoapsis down. So it might be hard to see on your screen, but this thing is dropping by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, you know, for every second. And we're just going to bring it on down until pretty much the whole thing is under 70 kilometers. Because if we have it below 70 kilometers, then it'll just be a matter of, like, we'll just have friction on the atmosphere the entire way around, and we'll just bring it down. Are you going to land the rocket booster itself? No, the rocket booster's getting kicked. Just this front half, because I've got two large fuel tanks here. So again, a little roasty toasty here. And we're no longer considered orbiting at all. All right. Now let's go ahead and close you up. Ooh, I don't have my extra heat fins on here. Let's hope that's not a problem. We might lose those outer solar panels to heat. That's fine. As long as the command module doesn't burn up. The last time I had more heat fins down here to help protect where that sticks out a little bit because it's a bit too big for the science modules. Is there any planet you cannot land on the game? You're super equivalent to Jupiter. I believe there are gas giants you can't land on, if memory serves me correctly. Jebediah is having the time of his life. Jebediah is always having... I mean, to be fair, Melly Kermit also seems pretty ecstatic. Granted, this is, you know, with Melly, whatever that name is, having been trapped in orbit around the moon for an undisclosed period of time. They're probably happy to just not slowly be dying of, you know, just floating in space alone in a tiny little box. Hey, I got one of my objectives done from surveying one of the locations by hurtling past it at speed. Okay, we're losing speed fast, so we should stop burning up pretty soon. I just don't think we're going to hurt that ablative plating that much either. Alright. And... now that we're not burning up, landing gear out. It's not going to do anything because we're solidly landing in the ocean. SAS off. Gravity and friction's gonna take care of the rest at this stage. Parachutes deployed. Okay. Let's see, how do they get home? Do you have to go pick them up? So you don't have to pick them up, there's just like a retrieve button. But it's supposed to be the equivalent of like if a barge or plane or whatever came out to go get them. Just like in real life. You know, you'd have like a GPS signal or satellite signal on their radio, whatever, that, you know, they could home in on. Okay. And I will say, for those new to the game, be very, very careful about fast-forwarding when doing things that have some danger to them. Because physics gets a little weird when you're fast-forwarding. So you'll notice here where I'm fast-forwarding a bit. Once I get close to the ground, I'm going to stop fast-forwarding, because you can have things get destroyed by the physics calculations just getting a little wonky. So, like, if you have two ships docked together and you're, like, doing a type of thrusting or whatever, probably avoid fast-forwarding. Let's see, speaking of retrieve, there is some fun Kerbal Space Program community history of charity drives for water to North Pole in KSP. Oh, interesting. Just, like, as an objective for, you know, in game to be like deliver stuff to the North Pole, but then having some charity thing in real life to associate with it. And we'll touch down, and that'll be another contract done, and that'll be a matter of seeing what new opportunities we have out there. That's fine. We did destroy stuff on the bottom of it, but nothing important. So that's all good. And with that, we will retrieve the vessel. We'll get a little bit of science, because we did get the crew report and a handful of like little things. It was a big charity event in real life in the summer pre-COVID and during COVID. Wasn't on a line enough Kerbal Space Program space to be part of more. Gotcha. Yeah, so we did actually get 63 science out of that. So it's not too bad. We got a bunch of money, and we did get ourselves a brand new astronaut out of it. So we can go to our mission control. There's no new contracts. So looking here for any of that have kind of nearish dates. Yeah, so we're starting to get to the point where I'm going to need to worry about the stack separator. I honestly plan to, you know, debating just declining this. I'll only lose one reputation, and that's not too bad. But taking that thing all the way out there to test it, let's get rid of you. Okay. Bring Moonstone back with you. Alright. Everyone here in Curlington, Model Rockets and Paper Products Inc. is looking for the next big thing, and we've got an idea of how to get it. We want a real sample of Moonstone to do various tests on. We know that is a tall order, but bring one back for us, and we'll have someone pick one up and bring it here. Find Moonstone, have a Kerbal pick it up, and return to Kerbin. We suspect you can find one of these in the canyon's northwest crater, east far side crater biomes. Okay. So I've got 10 years to do that one. And that's something I'll probably do anyways. Alright. So we don't have enough research to do anything right now. What I might genuinely do here, not that. What we might genuinely do here to get ourselves some quick science is let's make a little rover and zip around on the on the area, and see if we can't get anything happening. So we got our little controller here. So with this, I don't need to do a whole lot of fancy stuff, so we're just gonna make a little rover here. Put a couple batteries there real fast. I will need the Science Junior. We'll put a barometer. The goop. Thermometer. The experiment container. Couple more batteries. Some solar panels. Okay, and let's see how it does. Because the hope here is I'll be able to run tests. And it might be a thing where I run all the tests for one type, send it back home. Okay, so we're on the landing pad. Conduct material study. Yep, I'd like that science. Observe the goo. Yep, I'd like that science. Check the air pressure. Give me the science. Thermometer. Log the temperature. Ah, we have one problem with this. It's fine. So go ahead, and that is good for right now. And the problem is I can't do a crew report. So we're going to have to change the robotic front thing into something else so I can get a crew report. Okay, so that was 16 science. So let's go right back in there. And I just need to find something I can put a passenger in there to crew report. I was trying to avoid that so it would hopefully not be as difficult to do stuff with. But, detach you, bring you off. Okay. Let's give you an antenna. For the crew report. Because if we do that with the crew report, then I don't need to worry about all that stuff. We can just broadcast the crew report, because I believe you don't take a penalty for it. Versus the other stuff we do. But we'll end up having to do these resets where I'll do all the experiments. So now I can go in here, crew report, send it on its way. Then we go zip on over here real fast. Because this is free science we've been ignoring. Okay. Yeah, you're just grasslands, I assume, here? Kerbal shores. No problem. Let's just go to whichever building is closest. And then we do all the research there. And we'll see what research we're getting from this, if it's anything substantial, because if we can get one more level in our plane research, I think that's enough. We could do all these ones where I need to do, like, the surveying at, like, 19,000 feet. and we can get all that done, that'd be really good because I've got like 12 contracts or something out there that just fly around, take a scan of whatever at over 17,000 kilometers. And I can snag one once in a while with a rocket, but trying to like maneuver the rocket, all that, I found that to be incredibly tedious. Okay, so let's go over to whatever that building is. I think that's my closest building. It's hard to tell because I don't have scale on these buildings. It actually makes me wonder where it mentions that the scientists can reset stuff. If, like, the scientists could reset, like, the Science Junior. Oh, you're like a solid wall. Alright, that's fine. Okay, let's just go up to this building here. And we'll do all our stuff here. And there's the tracking station. The scientists can reset the goo if I'm right. Yeah, then we should probably get the scientist on board to save me trips. Keep that. Log the temperature. Get the barometer. Get the crew report. EVA. EVA report. Take a surface sample. I don't think you actually get a science for planting the flag. I'm trying desperately to get back in this. Like, it'll say, like, climb. But then when I do, I think it's climbing on the wheel. Alright, and recover vehicle. Yeah, we could try that. I could try putting on the front of it the Sputnik thing. Because I don't think the scientists can fly it. The Sputnik can drive it. The scientists can just reset all the tests. There's 21 science. That's fine. Then go to here. And we can put the Sputnik thing on the front so we have, like, the remote control capability. And I'll put the scientist inside. We go to our people here. Jebediah out. Bob in. Because, yeah, if I can keep, like, resetting the tests and all that, it'll save me having to, like, do these, like, leave and come back and drive back over. I did realize I did not take the EVA and the sample on the planet. Or on the runway, I mean. So let's EVA-U. Space. Okay, so I can actually do that from up here. Perfect. What's your stream schedule look like? It's 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. 4 a.m. EST. Usually I have the official schedules every days, but Thursdays and Fridays. Thursdays and Fridays are my days off, but I do have a tendency to stream those days anyways. But usually if I take a day off, it'll be one of those 2 days. There, we can keep an eye on our power, because unfortunately, while I have solar panels, there's one big problem I'm running into with doing these right now. I'm gonna let you guess on why the solar panels aren't working right now. One simple guess there. Luckily, I do have a lot of batteries, so we can actually get some stuff done. You gonna be heading to bed now? Can't wait to come back. Are you streaming more KSP tomorrow? I don't actually know. You need to plug a light in your ship and charge your solar lights with it. There's games you can get away with. I want to say that's all the things you used to be able to break with oxygen not included back in the day. Oh no, you had to use shine bugs. That's right. You could trap shine bugs in a tiny little box over your solar panel, and that used to be a thing. You probably could still do it to a certain degree, but I think they made it so like having that many shine bugs in a small area, they stopped making more shine bugs. Okay. Let's go over to... I'm not sure that's supposed to be the headquarters building. That's the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building. Like in real life, the headquarters building is actually a fairly squatty short building nearby the VAB. All right. Okay. So observe our goo. Keep the science. Get the barometer. Keep her science. Get the thermometer. Keep her science. Conduct the science junior test. Keep her science. Crew report. Keep her science. EVA. EVA report. Keep her science. Surface sample. Keep her science. Hop back in. We'll close these doors. And collect all the data. Take the brakes off. You don't move very well with brakes on. Shocker, I know. Let's zip on over to this building if we can make it. Our batteries are draining fast. Okay. Which it might be that we just fast forward time until daytime and then continue to zip around here. Because even if it's only give me like 20, 30 or whatever per stop to get science, that's still a lot of science that adds up. That'll be enough for at least an unlock or two. Alright. So now let's go through here again. Okay, so we cannot reset that. That's good to know. Yeah, so the goo and all that's not reset. Unless all these things... Oh, that's right. There's an inventory item for it. That's right. So take the surface sample. EVA report. Crew report. Barometer. Thermometer. Alright. Yeah, so we'll have to do the recovery anyways. So at that point, we could pull the Sputnik thing off the front so it's not draining the batteries as well. That's another 60 science. Love to see it. Yoink you off of there. Grab the crew out. Put you back. Jebediah back in. Technically, one of the things you can do is put multiple instances of these things on here to work. The only reason I'm holding off on doing that is with the multiple instance on, I gotta keep making the thing bigger. Now, that does mean I need to go all the way over to that one building, do the Science Junior and the Slime. Which would be a little annoying. But that's okay. Now, people said there was, what, 8 spots? So there's the runway, the VAB, the launch pad, the headquarters, the secondary building over there, the tracking station, the admin building, the astronaut complex or whatever it's called. What am I forgetting? But yeah, with this one, we should be able to unlock the next of the jets technology, which would give me enough airflow, I believe, to run the jet engines. Not well, but run them. And then the next thing after that would be getting the good jet engines, and at that point we could just do anything in system. We could just do like all of our flying. We can make ourselves like a really good long range, basically suborbital space plane, and then with that, whenever we get these like thermometer, pressure reading, whatever's, we should be able to fly and do all that. I'll probably be able to get it to where I can safely land it and take it off again and again. And that way, any type of surveying stuff we can do, we just have a space plane. And eventually, we won't get that many space plane stuff. We'll start getting other types of missions as well. But after that, I'm going to need to spend some research on rocketry so I can get much bigger rocket engines, ones that are more efficient when we're in space, one that we can get better TWR, better delta V out of them. Even if they burn up the fuel faster, it's still fine, as long as they give enough oomph to go with that fuel burning. Yeah, so we got the little thing there. We got the runway, you got this building, we're about to get that building. Remember one of those buildings you had to upgrade, you could get the science if you upgrade again? You can no longer get it? Oh, weird. Yeah, and there's that, wherever this building is. That's, I think, the astronaut complex, either one of those two. Alright. Trying our best to get over here. Without the solar running, we're pretty range limited on this thing. Okay. And we need to pop you. And you. And all the rest of the stuff is probably going to be worth nothing. Yep. Stacks of batteries in it. I actually have 4 batteries on it already. I can stack more, but we actually do have quite a few batteries. But yeah, no, we could add more batteries. I believe because it's so close, we are getting our full value for the craft back since none of it's damaged. Yeah, and that's another 10 science there. Yeah, and if we use like the really tiny jet engines, I could practically idle the jet engine for a little trickle of power. Right now, I'm going to the location, running all my tests, and I have to reset anyways. So if I can reach there, I can probably just add one more battery to give me a little bit more comfort. But we're just fast forward to daytime. Yeah, I mean right now we're being able to reach these. So since I had to reset after each one anyways, I'm kind of like, I could fix it, but it's fine. But yeah, as far as doing more Kerbal Space Program tomorrow, I wouldn't be against it if people are down for more. Okay, so we got that. Let's go over here towards the tracking thing. You just throw a bunch of signs up. Yeah, that's one of the things I could do is like go in here, do 8 science juniors, 8 of the goo things. I only need the two thermometer, like the one thermometer and the one thing and the one crew, and you just put into storage. Actually, I know there's a limit on storage. I have no idea what it is, though. Yeah, so try and going for the tracking location. Why don't you have a scientist drive it? Because it didn't let me reset the experiment, like all the experiments anyways. So it was still like that. I think for the scientist, I still have to have the kits to reset them, which I could potentially reset them once, and do that, which would help. But I don't know, it's working. Because we actually did that. We switched to Bob Kerbin, I believe, as the scientist, and it wouldn't let me reset the junior and the goo. The other ones you can just keep reusing anyway, so you don't need resets. Alright. That'll be the tracking building. Yeah, no, it could be that I had to get the Kerbal to the actual machine, but I didn't get the choice to reset it once I stored the data. Yeah, no, I don't know what to tell you. It could be that I don't have something unlocked or something like that, Frodo. But it wasn't giving me the option with Bob driving. I even EVA'd and tried right-clicking on it, didn't seem to work. So I just figured I wasn't going to put more effort into it. Like, it'd obviously be something different if we're, like, going all the way out to, you know, the equivalent of Pluto. It's like, alright, well, you're going to be trekking all around in the ground here to get a bunch of science and bringing it home. So you're going to be resetting these. There's our tracking building. Yeah, because not every building is its own thing. Like, these two, I think, are one building. That, I don't... Oh, that's probably the spaceplane hangar. That was the one I wasn't thinking about. I do wish there was a little bit of an easier way to tell, like, where I can get science and where I can't, so far as, like, where have I already gotten my science from. Or, like, have a checklist or whatever. Alright. Do all our studies and all that. Get our crew report. EVAU. Take a surface sample. EVA report. Hop back in and get out of here. And let's see what that gets us so far as the spaceplane stuff. Because each one of these is giving me like 20, 30 science. There's a checklist, check in R&D. Sure. I see. So there's So we have not done an EVA report from the Kerbal Mountains. And we could do a pressure scan from over the sun. And 86 are hidden because I don't know where they are. Right, so it tells me how many we haven't checked yet. Oh, recover a vessel science. Interesting. Yeah, so we've only gotten crew reports out of 20 locations out of 106. Yeah, you can show all the stuff here. So Kerbal here. Yeah, so out of the science possibilities, there's 106. We have 50 out of 89 science reports. We actually have more than half of the science reports. EVA reports, we're barely touching it. Goo, we're barely touching it. Oh no, I am wrong. Crew reports, we only have 18 out of 71. Okay, well, regardless, let's go back to R&D, technology. Okay, so we've got 218. It's 300 for the high altitude. You're 550, and that requires another upgrade. But I believe with the high altitude flight, I think this is enough to do all of our super high altitude stuff that we want to do. Or not that we want to do, that I've got queued up contracts for that I can't do without either one having a rocket way up top and trying to keep like maneuvering it, or potentially doing the thing where you have a plane with a rocket assist where you kind of go up and you'll rocket up to the higher level and then come back down. I did the rocket assist for the last time we played, and the problem with the rocket assist when I did that is you would rocket up and you could only go up like once or twice before you just burned out the rocket fuel. Otherwise, your plane was so heavy, you might as well just be using a rocket anyways. It was cool to do, but it was definitely not pragmatic. Okay, so we did the tracking station. I don't think we did the vehicle assembly building yet. Let's go for the vehicle assembly building. That'll give me another roughly 30 science. And then for the landing pad, I'll just go to the rocket screen. I'll literally just put a Science Junior with all the science stuff on top of it, and just have that. Yeah, and I remember the flagpole being relevant. It's a shame going along the ground, going any real speed with the rovers. I remember that as a big no-no. Because the game's physics gets wonky. That's part of what makes the landing and taking off the plane so rough, is it can get real dodgy real fast. That said, I have been kind of tempted to try and put like a very small jet engine and would run at like 5% just to get a little bit going. I just think the rover wheels would just give out. But I'm trying to just get the high altitude flight so we can try and make ourselves a high altitude jet, and hopefully with the better air intake we can make it work. Is it sure to start the launch pad? The only problem with the launch pad is then I gotta remake this thing and tip it back down. But yeah, no, we could definitely go and see about trying to make like the little rover and putting it over there by the launch pad. Because yeah, no, at this point it would be faster to do that. Actually, the flag is closer. Let's do the flag. And this is a different building. Okay. Observe the goo. Barometer. There's thermometer. Material study. Brew report. EVA. EVA report. Take a surface sample. Get back in. You're good to go. You applaud your patience. Well, it's one of those things like, you're getting like 30 science on this. Sure, if I manage to land on our planet, we'll get a lot more science a lot faster. But at the same time, if we're not doing those like massive, we're setting a new milestone kind of projects, it is just a thing that this is a faster way of getting science. And so I am just trying to get like just enough to get my space planes, because that's a whole thing. Alright, so let's see if we can't make this work here. So we're going to want to do the same thing we did last time, the Mark 1. And it's going to try its desperately to level things out on me. Let's go to voltage. Battery. Battery. Not the payload. Science. Grab you. That's honestly fine. That's all fine there. Battery. 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 Solar. Solar. Okay, go to wheels. Hey, B-Man, how's it going? Okay. And I think that's good. Oh, I didn't save the rover. I probably could have, but that's fine. That little rover takes like 10 seconds to make. Not really, it takes like a minute, but that's fine. Alright, launch pad science. Observe the goo. Yeah, we've already done the goo and a bunch of this on the pad, which is fine. And thank you, B-Man, for gifting a tier 1 sub to the community, and I hope people enjoy their subs and all that stuff. This will be interesting, because that door is facing the wrong side. Can you get out? Nope. Alright, well, that's gonna be recovered, and I gotta rotate that cockpit. We'll have to take the EVA report. That's fine. So we can go in here real fast. So I only have to do like 1 or 2 more of these, and then we should have enough science to do the planes, and I'll stop doing these resets at that point. Okay, so detach you. Okay. And just to save us a little time, let's go science. You plug you on the back. Launch. Because then what I could do is I could do an EVA report and the sample, store them, go to the next spot, and do it again without having to do another full reset. because we're pretty close to having our ability to make our bigger jet to try and go up and do all our scans. All right, so now go right to the EVA. EVA report was completely unnecessary, and sample, and collect all. Okay, so it appears to be getting stuck. All right. Well, if it's that hard to get out from there, we'll just switch back over to the hangar. Because it's actually not that closer. I forgot that the launch pad is also kind of remote. But we did get the launch pad science. So that's still good. But the rover wheel cannot handle the minor little lip there. Base plane hangar, can I... Please don't tell me I have to rebuild the whole thing. It's fine if I do. It won't take but a minute. Of course. Alright, so do this. Yeah, I'm going to try throwing the a jet engine on there. We're going to go with the strategy of YOLO. Okay.
New to the stream, but I really enjoy them. Thanks for being you.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that. Thank you for the 300 biddies. Really appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot and all that good stuff. And I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Okay, so let's go here and drop you there. And the barometer and the thermometer. We are going to need more wheel. Try and keep it from scraping on the ground. Now's where we make our completely unreasonable decisions. There's our thrust. And that's not going to be enough yet, because I'm going to need a scoop. Oh, hey, hang on. You need to be doubled up. Alright, do I think this is going to work well? Am I going to do it anyways? Alright, so VAB on this one. We got our flag. I also realized I didn't put a single extra battery on here. It went about how I expected. It got to about 20 meters a second and then exploded. I mean, it's still faster. Oh, these wheels have brakes in them, so if I actually use the brake button, it will slow down. Okay, and I believe this is a separate building for us. Observe the queue. Alright, that's not a new building for us. I'm going to go over here to the VAB.
Husband,
Wifey.
is there anything I can get for you?
No, I'm doing good, but thank you.
Okay, then I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, well, you sleep well.
You sleep well. I love you, hub.
I love you too. Okay, we're doing all of the science. So EVA report, take surface sample, climb back inside. I did not do my material study. It's fine. I think that's still enough science to get us the thing I want. That's the only reason I've been cycling this. I'm just trying to get that last little bit, because then we can knock out a bunch of these contracts, which would give us room for a lot more contracts. No, I'm 7 short. That probably would have made the difference. It's fine. It just means I've got one more stop to do. I believe by the tracking station, there is, I believe, the astronaut complex, or whatever it's called. And that'll take care of that. Yeah, no, the rover, it's funny, because I got the rocket on there, and it can just simply not handle me going more than a little bit. You can still go about twice to almost 3 times as fast as I was going with just the wheels. But still. Gotta be real. Gotta be... You applaud your lack of patience with this? I mean, I'm also being mindful that people eventually be like, come on, man. You've been doing this for like 30 minutes. That's kind of the limit of what I could do on the flat ground. That's when I hit terrain that it does not like going very fast. Yeah, but that building back there is, I think, the one we haven't checked out here yet. Worst case, there's the spaceplane hangar back there. Observe the goo. Alright. Reading this is a place I already been. I think that's a building and that's a building over there. Nope, that's still considered R&D. Oh, this is the tracking facility here. This whole thing is one building. That's fine. Alright. Observe the goo. Get her full credit. Log the temperature. Get the air pressure. Do this materials sample. Get the crew report. EVA. Get the EVA report. Take the surface sample. And good. Okay, that should be plenty for us to get the high altitude jet. We just cash in a bunch of Kerbal, like Kerbin, I should say, Kerbin science that we've been putting off. Yeah, so there's an R30. So with that, we're going to go to R&D. There's our high altitude flight. So next we would want is, this is the engine that's the really good engine here for doing high altitude flight. The ramjet here. We're just going to have to do without that. But that should be okay. So we'll leave the facility here. Now with this, we just want to build a space plane that can go like reliably over like 20 kilometers and stay up there. It doesn't need to be the fastest. It doesn't need to be the most maneuverable. It just needs to get there and stay there. So for you, get out of here. So we have the M2 cockpit. And then we can go to our, let's see, our fuel containers. We got the M2 rocket fuel fuselage, the M2 monopropellant, the M2 liquid jet fuel. Maybe I'll have a test part come up with a ramjet, then it'll be available for use. This is true. This is probably going to be overkill, but that's fine. So we're going to have more than enough fuel there. So for aerodynamics, we have all these things. What do we have for our actual jet engines, though? For the jet engines, we're still dealing with the, we got the Weasley turbofan, the basic NU. What we care about is the intake. So the air intake for that is 7.7. And we grab you. The air intake is 29. And we grab you. The air intake is 1.4. Okay, and you give me 107 thrust, but you only give me 20 thrust. Okay. We'll see if I can make that work. So, meanwhile, I just need lots and lots of lift. So this is the ramp intake. You do an air intake of 2. 0.5. And all those require me to be going about 10 meters a second to get anything out of them. Supersonic intake, that's always the ones that's kind of hard to, like, I almost wish there was a sorting based on some of these things. Because I think the ramp intakes are going to be the ones that I get the most go out of. I guess one thing I could also do with this is we'll have that segment be the that segment be the jet fuel, and this will be rocket. Which sounds a bit odd. Yeah, I don't need much out of this. That might be enough. It might be enough because we just need to kind of pop up into space and do all that. I don't know if that's gonna make sense. I think I am gonna have to just have it be just a straight up jet. You have 800 liquid fuel. How much? So it's 63,000. That's plenty. I probably don't need any more than that so far as our fuel concerns go. What I could potentially do here is we'll just put you on the back right there. I'll want to set up our balances and all that. We need our wings and all that kind of nonsense going on. Can't make it that wide. That's okay for now. Alright. So we could do here, just for the sake of all this. Put you there. Do our air intakes. And some extra jet engines, because why not? There's a lot of reasons why not, but we're going to go ahead and pretend there isn't. So it's still got us about the same delta V, but should have tremendously more thrust. I believe we want the lift behind the... Well, I always forget if we want the lift before or behind the weight. I feel like it's behind. I always second guess it. Because that feels like those wings are way back there. Engine to cell. Let's take 2 seconds. We'll save and continue that. Let's take 2 seconds and see what the parts were we got out of the high flying, because I'm blanking on what it is. See if there's anything else I'm overlooking that's a big one. So we can go here. We unlocked the high flight. So we have a service module. I'm not too worried about that. Crew cabin, cargo bay, structural pylon. The diverterless supersonic intake. Yeah, so it's gonna be the ramp. Matt's just barely behind lift, to keep the nose up. Yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna be the ramp air intakes. And we'll need some air intakes here. Because remember, there's a whole equation around, like, the air intakes create drag, which slows you down, but then you also need the air intakes to, you know, bring in the air. So there was the ramp air intakes, there's the big one there, and there's the radials. Oh yeah, no, we definitely need a tail. We got some more air intakes there, so I've got 4 air intakes on this thing. Meanwhile, we are going to need tail fins. Yeah, especially with ramjets, I think the specific point of figuring out where to turn off the jet mode and over to rocket. And the other thing we also need to do is have elevators. I don't know how that works, but you want to... They do really want to mount in that spot where it's just not actually attached. I mean, it really wants to snap to that spot. I don't know how that's gonna work since it's not physically attached, but I've seen the game do weirder things, so you know what? Sure. Those are too tall. I'm not feeling amazing about this. Let's see, are those elevators or intended to be canards? I mean, they're called, you could manually rotate and shift them up to the fuselage? Yeah. But I think this will be fine. We'll be tipping ever so slightly forward. Alright, so I have no idea how well this is going to work, and before I make some grievous mistakes, the whole reason we're doing this is I am required to do some science out and about. So we're going to go ahead and chuck a couple of science modules here. This is not for, actually, I don't even think I need the barometer. But this is not for a whole bunch of stuff. We got all of these contracts out here. There's so many of them. They're all like, scan above this height, scan above this height, crew report above this height, do above this height. My money is on it being a complete disaster. I'm with you. I am on team. This thing is just going to tip back and bad things are going to happen. Because those wings are way back there on this fuselage. We're going to have to get some pretty high speed for it to do anything. I probably should have some like smaller mini wings on the front, but we'll see. I haven't used the high air things. That is not how I expected it to fail. The failure was we got liftoff almost instantly, and it sniped the back of the engines off. I honestly think that could take off. It just tipped so hard it slammed the wings on the ground. Okay. Not only does it flies fast enough that we're losing our speed to wind resistance. There's no point in me throttling the whole way up at this elevation. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's what my hope is to get the air intakes up here to test. That can we get up to an elevation high enough for what we need? Because we need to get almost to 20 kilometers. Not these ones. These are non-retractable. I don't have the retractable ones yet. Okay, so we're still managing to gain altitude. We are slowly losing speed. The downside here is we're going to get to the point of flow issues. And we're slowly losing thrust. But we might have one last trick to make this work. I was going to kind of see the point where it looks like we're going to start having a problem. Toggle mode. Oh, that's just one engine. Okay, let's adjust here. I forgot how to set it up where you could have all of them afterburn together as a group. I think you had to like set them up a group in advance. Well, we can go to this one. We're picking up more and more speed, which should help us get higher and higher. Okay, there we go. Because I want to see... Yes, it's not a thing where we can go in here and fix this in flight, I don't think. What we need to do is group up the 3 engines so I can kick in the afterburners. Because we switched the afterburner off dry mode onto, what is it, like... Yeah, wet mode. That I believe cuts down the amount of air it needs to function and massively increases its fuel consumption. But the hope here is that we can get that high enough it'll still run. Alright, let's try... Yeah, I was doing the same thing you're just mentioning. Because this only matters if I can get it up to 20,000 feet, or 20,000 meters. If I can't get up to 20,000 meters, all of this is irrelevant. So surprisingly, still doing a good job on bringing in the airflow for now. It is starting to reduce, which is reducing our thrust. Okay, space hopping, it's going good. We're trying to get a very high altitude plane going. Running into some difficulty there. We don't have the ram jets, which are the thrusters we really kind of need to make it work. But, we're getting close. The catch is, can I get up to the elevation I need with this and hold it? And the answer is looking like no, because it's 20,000 is about where I need. Because, yeah, we've got our air intakes, but they are slowly bleeding off. If we add too many more air intakes, we run into the problem at that stage, then we just have the engine choke off. Alright. Alright, so revert our flight back to the space plane hangar. So we got a plane that can fly around pretty fast. But it's still running into the problem of getting higher. Now the problem is I could add more rocket engines, but that requires more air, which requires more rocket engines, require more air. And so we're going to run into an issue there. The plane actually steered relatively okay. We don't have landing gear that I can put away, so that's not going to be a thing we can really solve that way. The aerodynamics is honestly not that bad, despite the fact that stuff's sticking out. Well, I can't do the solid rocket boost because it's not just going over once. I'm going to have to keep going up and down to go over it. So it has to be something I can afford to repeat. So I could go in here and switch this out for a regular rocket engine, and then, you know, turn on and off the rocket engine as I need to go over. But the problem we ran into the last time I did it that way was just the fact that trying to stay up there was a whole issue. One thing I might be able to do is I believe if I get more surface area, we can give ourselves more lift. To like kind of hold us up, kind of go sailplane it. Yeah, because there was a yeah, I was trying to remember. There was somewhere on here it mentioned your ability to like get lift from this, like having more surface area for all that. No, you're not set to mirror. These are so cursed. Alright, we'll try and see if that makes any kind of a difference. And if not, it might just very well be that I really need the ramjets, or I'm going to need to be able to like turn on and off a rocket engine. The thought was that the afterburners would take that effect. Is that you're effectively toggling between it being kind of, you know, jet engines, rocket engine sort of approach. Please up. Please up. It's fine. It's working. Let's try that again. But yeah, because like the whole idea with a sailplane is to have just such a ridiculous wing spread, you can catch whatever there, and you don't really need that much. Yeah, so what's happening here? Revert to the space hangar. Space hangar. Yeah, I was gonna say wheels on the wingtips. Yeah, what's happening here is these are like bouncing up and down. And so it is causing the issue of as it's bouncing up and down, it's having a problem. Could always go with that. Just make it a lot taller. That might work, just making it taller so that the wings can bounce a little bit more before they can actually, you know, wings strike the ground. Needs more wheels? Well, the problem is because I can't pull the wheels in, I'm trying not to put too many wheels to create more wind resistance. $20K meters worth of wheels. All the wheels. Yeah, but that's the big things. I'm just trying to make it so we can get the drop wheels. I don't know what you mean by drop wheels. I don't know why, like, we're having it swerve a lot at the beginning. I'm not sure what's happening with that. Up, 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 up. Alright. We gotta figure something out here. So, I'm also wondering, I know I said just adding more jet engines would probably not help anything, and most likely make my problem way worse than it already is. But I'm also leaning towards, you know what? We can find out. Um... Yeah, I was kind of thinking we could probably put, like, another set of engines right here. Here. We're making bad decisions today is the plan. We're seeing if we can approach this in the Kerbal way. The Kerbal way being, there is elegance, there is science, there is strategy, and the game says no. And there's the game giving you the middle finger and saying, hey, you have a 20-ton limit. Don't push your luck, friend. One second. Get you out of the way for a moment. Oh no. Come on, let me do it anyways. So, like, this is too big. You can't do that. Yeah, it's not even close. What about... No. I have feelings about this, and most of them I would say would fall into the category of potentially negative. Before I forget, how was it that I grouped you up? I remember that being a thing that we need to do with this. Because I need to group these up so I can hit one button. Oh, it's up here, isn't it? Switch editor? Oh, no. Okay, I see. Yeah, you don't have a backseat, but are you aware you can rotate parts very finely? No. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I can take the snap off. Yeah, what was the thing here? Well, you can use the WASD to rotate like 90 degrees and all that stuff. Let's see. The 4 buttons below the blue ones. Below the blue ones. Upper left. Gotcha. Cool. And also, can we get a shout out, for, Ultrasaurus, by the way? Absolutely fantastic. And also, you know, Dunk is cool as well. Not Dunk isn't a content creator, but Ultrasaurus is a content creator. If we get a shout out for Ultra. Yeah, no, gotcha. Yeah, what I'm trying to remember is how I link these, so I can switch them all to Afterburner and not. Yeah, no, I was saying, don't shout out Dunk. Here, I'll get the shout out for Ultra. So... Oh, never mind. Already got it. There you go. Ultra self-shouting out. I'm going to need you to not self-promote. But check out Ultrasaurus. Also been playing some Kerbal Space Program. Another fantastic content creator. Friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Does a lot of simulation, all that stuff. Let's see. Hit the other edit button you did earlier and check the new blue buttons. But this is for the rocket. That's the rocket. This is the thing. Upper left, select the Actions tab. Upper left, select the Action tab. Enable Advanced mode. Ah, there you are. Bum, 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 bum. Where were you in here? Upper left, you can select the Actions tab. Actions tab. Yeah, it's so these are just to filter these things. Now you got crew. It could be that I have to unlock it since we're in career one. Well, yeah, so the switch... Oh, weird. It's weird that it makes me go into the rocket mode to do that. It might be a thing that maybe my, my setup isn't all that. Right. So you can set it to a whole bunch of different things here. So we'll do custom 0. And okay, hang on. So switch mode. Switch mode. Okay, so custom does that. I'm suddenly remembering that I had problems finding the custom and all that, like, when I was actually doing stuff. So this is going to be the cursed solution I'm going to have, which is going to make some people hate everything. So now our afterburners is our landing gear. So we've got that configured. So that should just work. So I can switch back to build, switch back to this. Which should be interesting. I'm thinking it's because my spaceplane hangar is not fully upgraded, or it's not upgraded enough. That's why we're not seeing it. So let's see how this works, because I'm curious on this one. But also, it's good to see you, Duncan Ultra, both here. Because I'm trying to make it so I can have a high altitude space plane without the ramjets, because that cost me like 300 more science. And I've got way too many. I am very mixed feelings on this plane. Pull up. I didn't want that landing gear anyways. Oh, that is making us uncontrollable having that much drag in one side, not the other. You might have to get a running start at like 30,000. All right. So, we're having problems getting the up. Let's try taking these out farther on the wing. For some reason, it really wants to snap them like way in over here. Well, it's not doing it now. But it really wanted to snap them like way in here. So mass is pretty far forward. Mass is actually slightly back from halfway. Ah, weird. It's like earlier it was like trying to snap really close there. Right. So you're saying... Have you tried installing hollow bones? Sadly, I don't have that technology. Yeah, there it is. That's where it's trying to snap those. It's fine. It seems to be working. It shouldn't be. Let's see, the dehydral wing is likely messing up stability. The lift physics are pretty wonky in vanilla KSP. Gotcha. Yeah, because it's trying to do, like, the double wings to try and have as much surface area as to, you know, to catch the air. Let's see, you can translate them forward to the wing with those four small upper level buttons. So do this. Oh yeah, that's way nicer. It's fine. That's close enough. Okay. And thank you, Ultra, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Dunk. Get back in here. Absolutely cursed. That would be bad because of how far forward it is. Yeah, X-Wings are good, right? Right? X-Wing's good? Wait, what the heck is that back there? Get this out of here. This is not going to work at all correctly, and I know it. I know Kerbal's physics is not going to love this at all. So I have an R2U in the back. Extend the wings wider. Sadly, we have a hard limit, so if I go to do this, you get a little orange thing down here. It's like, yo man, you can't go wider than 15 meters. Actually, now I think about it, save. We can go back out here. I believe I can actually upgrade my my hangar. I've got cash. I got cash for days. Sure. Oh, that's why. So I have to upgrade this to have basic action groups. Okay. Cool. So that's why I couldn't do the action groups, is they're not turned on until you upgrade your hangar. But yeah, I know I'd expect the whole thing there. So the question is, now can I go even more wing? Nope. So there's still a hard limit at 15, or yeah, 15 meters wide. So we can go wider than this. And I have an idea on how we can approach that. What I can do here is do that. Might be a runway limitation? You might be right. .2 meters to spare. Yeah, I mean, it'd also be good to upgrade my runway, because trying to go at those speeds... Alright. I've got money. Sure. I mean, we're literally sitting on something like 8 or 9 contracts that'll pay out reasonably well for doing surveying, that I can go way like at 80 kilometers up and just keep orbiting to do it. But I just don't wanna. Okay, so let's pair these up. Then pair these up. And then pair these up. There's no way this goes well. There's zero chance that goes well. I'm very tempted, but there's zero chance that goes well. Where is our lift at right now? Oh yeah, our lift is a mile behind us right now. That's not really what we're aiming for. I think that's... The lift is pretty high above our weight. I don't even know what the implications of that are. And honestly... Use the rotate thing in the top left. Yeah, it snaps pretty aggressively. There we go. So just a smidge here. And then move. And then we'll lower it just a little bit so it looks a little less cursed. This seems like it's a bad idea. Let's see if we can put enough thrust on the end of a very long lever that we can just rip some wings off. Because I definitely remember back in the day playing, oh man, what was the name? It was way before Microsoft Flight Simulator and all of them. Oh man, I cannot remember. It was on the PC. But a flight simulator that did have it where you could take the sailplane, you could nose down and then angle up and just rip the wings right off. Now, it wasn't X-Plane. I think it predated X-Plane by quite a bit. Was it Flight Unlimited? This is going to be terrible. Okay, so this does mean I do need to adjust things now. So let's go back to the Move tool. Because you need to come back just a wee bit. Put that weight right back there. This does not seem sound. Like, I think in real life what would happen is the force of these jet engines on this wing is you just kind of go... Because it's just a big lever. So you'd have all this force on the end here, and it just want to pop that wing right off. Which means we have to try it. Landing gear on those? Nah, they're angled up. It's fine. And honestly, if they're bouncing as long of levers as they are, they're just going to smash the landing gear into the ground. That's a lot of wing. We're basically a sailplane that someone shoved rocket engine or... Well, it's angled. It's angled up already. This will certainly not end badly. I don't even know what broke. Oh, my landing gear. It bounced the landing gear on the front because it's too back heavy. So it was too back heavy, so it lifted the front wheel up and then just smashed it onto the runway. Okay, I don't think this is going to be enough to solve our problem. But let's just scooch you back as far as we can. I think that's as far back as those are going. Yeah, no, that's the thing. With these rocket engines way back here, that center of gravity is way back there. Let's see if we can't scooch you up here a whole lot, just to get that center of gravity in front of those wheels. Which just makes this thing look mildly more cursed than it previously looked. We can also go over here now and bring you forward a little bit. And I think that'll stabilize it a bit more. It's still leaning pretty far on the back, but I think the center of gravity being in front of those back wheels should keep the front of it down at least until it starts moving. In the act of a COG. I actually don't know what COG means. Alright, that wheel is on the ground. Barely. Those are bouncing so much. Oh, I don't have my elevators anymore. Up. 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 Oh, we are technically airborne. But I don't actually have the ability to steer because I got rid of my elevators. So we're steering by the ability to gimbal our rockets. And we are just nothing but wind resistance right now. Okay, I'm gonna have to revert to put those on because I'm literally just flipping back and forth because I'm gimbaling my thrusters trying desperately to steer because I don't have remotely enough for the not flaps. I keep wanting to say flaps. We lost where I had my my fins back here for steering. That was the reason I was just flopping all over. You need to action group those? Yes. Let me action group those first. So action group. So we're gonna go to our lights. Nah, gears. Oh no, they're already set. We're good. Oh, you're not mirrored. So those are your 3 in the middle. Okay, those are your 3 in the middle, not your wingtips. Oh, right, the wingtips. I forgot. Because it is completely ridiculous that I have these. Boom. Wingtips. I'm also wondering if I need more than this. And I'm also... Oh, don't do anything with my elevators, please. I also don't know at all if being more on the inside or outside would be better. In real life, I feel like this would be bad because, again, it's a giant lever. So again, that would push up and down the wings on the extremes if they're that long. You can do a few of them. I'm also worried about having too many of them and doing this, where we just kind of throw the plane sideways, because I've done that one before. But I haven't had a wingspan this long in Kerbal, so I'm not quite sure what to expect here. Oh, we bouncing. Up, up, up. Let's see. You'll have more authority, yes. It's the reason real planes have multiple sets, some in, some out. Yeah, and you have, like, flaps and all the other things going on. Once upon a time, a long time ago, I actually had single prop. The ability to fly single prop in real life. I was piggybacking on when my dad was getting his license. That's been a very long time ago. Like 15, 20 years ago. But a lot of rules are different with single props or the little tiny ones. You can also give these more deflection. Right-click on them, set control limiter. Yeah, we can, we probably can. I might not be able to do it now, but we can look. Authority limiter, deploy, roll, yaw, active. Interesting. So I can actually give them more or less as needed. Alright. I mean, right now the problem I'm having is we start drifting one way or the other. before we get enough speed. Up, up. Try again. Yeah, because it starts sliding this. Wings too long? Oh yeah, absolutely. Probably. I think all the spring-sprongingness of Kerbal Space Program is coming onto full display there. Well, right now the experiment I'm trying to do is, can we get over 20,000? That changed the COL away from the COM. And stop drifting from side to side. You need to straight main gear. You've used a bunch of acronyms that I have no idea what are. Or abbreviations. I have no idea what are. All right. The blue arrow moved away from the yellow ball. No, the lift is directly behind the yellow ball. Or well, I mean, if we start using... Oh no, if we use our fuel, it's probably going to move the center of gravity back, because this has more fuel in all of this than back there. So as we burn up the fuel in this middle area, it's going to probably keep moving the center of gravity farther back. No, that doesn't make sense. That's a later problem? Yeah. Which way is the blue arrow moving? The blue arrow is up. Blue arrow is lift. Blue arrow is lift. The pink arrow is thrust, and that's just my center of gravity. The center of gravity is still pretty far back in this thing, and that's because these wings. Can you put reaction wheels between the wings and intakes? It's dumb, but you do remember it stabilizes things. I mean, I could. So you're saying put reaction wheels between the engines and the intakes? I'm down to see what happens. That shouldn't work at all well in real life, but luckily, this isn't real life. So let's see what this this seems super cursed. Alright. Sure. That seems like an idea that would not be good in real life at all. So KSP. Yeah, no, KSP does a lot of wild shenanigans with physics. I love how everything is kind of bobbing up and down. I hate that that's working. What's not working is going up. Alright. So we've got a problem here. Because we definitely have the speed to go up. And we got wings that are long, but we're not getting uppies. Wings too far back? No, so if you look at this, you've got your lift. You always want your lift to be behind your center of gravity, just a little. So my lift is actually in a good spot. Canards, I don't know what you're saying. I'm also realizing I don't actually have the, Oh, nose winglets. Gotcha. I shouldn't keep those, but I want to. Sure, we could try that. I know Kerbal has weirdness around a lot of things. It's always hard to tell what is going to make things better and what is going to be utterly cursed. So that's moving the lift forward, so we're going to have to move my center of gravity forward. Okay. That seems like probably an awful design. But you know what? That's fine. But the thing I just realized that I had forgotten I had removed is the air intake we had for our back jet back here. I feel like this is getting to be a worse idea as we go along, where it's like, it's ugly, but it could do lift. Yeah, no, the problem you run into, and this is something that Dunk was mentioning, is that in RimWorld, the way, or not RimWorld, in Kerbal Space Program, the way it calculates a lot of your air resistance and all that, because I remember that was the whole thing, is you could put stuff directly behind it, and it would still give it friction on the atmosphere and all sorts of weird stuff. I don't remember all the rules to it, but there's definitely a lot of reality you have to like check at the door. Oh, I see. So we're pointing slightly down with my landing gear, which is a problem. I mean, we got the speed. The speed is there. That is more than enough to take off speed-wise. Let me see if I can't adjust my back wheels to be wider so it squats down and points up more. Because I think that might be the problem, is we're laying a little bit flat, and as a result of it... Ooh, how brave do I want to go with this? Yeah, let's use the translate, and what we can potentially do is just shove them inside the fuselage. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's a little bold. Let's not quite go that deep into the fuselage. Let's turn off snapping. Okay, that'll definitely angle up now. Because that's what the thing was happening, is we're angling slightly down, so we were just shoving ourselves into the runway, sticking us down to the runway really hard. So while the wings could be generating lift or whatever, we just had this very strong downward force from all the air rushing over the top of it, just forcing it into the ground. We basically made the entire middle of the plane into one giant spoiler. That was weird that it kind of floated there for a moment. You could use a rotation tool in absolute mode to fix your gear to snap it in at 90 degree. Why'd that happen? Not 100% sure. Yes, we're definitely leaning the correct direction now. Because, like, every once in a while we just get drifted. I'm not always sure why. Okay, so something's forcing it down. Because you saw me pop the elevators, and it popped the nose up and then slapped it right back down. Something on the front is pulling it down. Let me check those winglets. It's possible those winglets, just the way I've got them, is pushing it down. Have you played around with the aerodynamics overlay? The aerodynamics overlay? No. Oh, at least not since forever ago. The wingtips being behind the wheels means they drag. Can wings straighten up? Yeah, it's funny because I've done some wild stuff in the flights in the past. Like, we've actually done a bunch of planes in this one. I'm just trying to get a plane to go super... Like, these ridiculous wings here are, like, these are a mistake. But now I'm just wanting to tinker and see what I can make happen with those. Oh, you don't use it, but you're curious it would make it obvious where the issue is? Yeah, I don't know the overlay you're talking about. Because I've got these things. Let's see, are you sure the top engines aren't doing at least part of the shoving the nose down? This is true. I mean, granted, I did lower them a lot. Oh, it's when you're flying the F keys. Yeah, we can check it out. Oh, right. Yeah. You think it's F12? Yeah, I remember. I want to say it was a sensory overload kind of thing. I'd be curious. We can check that out. Because it's been a hot minute since I've done, like, any wild experimentation with the flying. Because the planes have always been a weird thing. Like, early on, Kerbal Space Program space planes were... I mean, honestly, early on everything Kerbal Space Program's thing. Oh, good. Screenshotted. So in theory, it's turned on. So we're getting a ton of lift. A ton of lift. I see. So when I try to lift, my tails are going, like, opposite direction. The fins on the back are trying to, like, spin us. That would explain why my complete and utter lack of control of the thing entirely. Well, one went down and the other one went up. So let's just rip them off and chuck them off to the side. So that's a winglet. That might be the problem. I mean, I guess that is what it is. Oh, there we are. Tail fin. There we go. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Check on all this stuff. No, I think it was because I was using winglets instead of tail fins. So I probably had just how they worked was not quite what I was expecting. It could also be that I need to get rid of where I'm angling them out and put one in the middle and just use it like a rudder. And not do anything fancy with it. Let's see if that's still turned on. That looks like it makes more sense there than what we were just doing. Alright, let's just see what happens with this. Yeah, that's looking encouraging. I'm honestly still very curious. Still very curious of why with all that upward force it can't lift. Cause those wings are just showing up arrows for days. You know what might help? And this is another cursed idea. Is let's go in here into our fuel tank. And what if there was more plane? Because then I don't want to do it that way. Put him back. Okay, 1 second. We're gonna be dealing with this for a moment. All right. So first of all, you go back over there. Grab you. Scoot you to about here. Then we'll grab our rotate tool. Do this. Turn off snapping because it's just too severe. Okay. And then grab the move tool, grab our engines, bring them back a little bit, bring them down a lot bit more. I'm a little concerned that's just going to explode. Let's just switch you back to normal placing tool. A little bit more of an angle so it helps with the left and right. I also just... Let's just use it just like a regular tail fin with nothing fancy and see how that goes. See if I'm running into cursed stuff because it's like the weird angle. So basically I put more plane in the front. Try and bring the overall weight forward on it by just having that much more fuel along the front of the plane. So we could move the wings forward a bit more. That might help. There's something with those like if you noticed with the I keep forgetting the fins we got here. When I pushed down on it, it actually started to come up, which shouldn't happen. So I'm wondering if I actually have these like upside down or something. Center of thrust too high? Maybe. That's not a thing I was aware could even be a thing in this game. I don't know if that can be a thing in this game. Well, it seems a little dicey, but it doesn't seem like it'll immediately explode, so there's that. And now it'd put the center of gravity directly behind everything. I'm a little concerned it's just going to smack the ground by flexing those landing gear, but I also don't want to move them too much either, so we keep the nose up. Oh, right, the elevators. I removed them on purpose. Because like I said, I did kind of go and I was like, is something wrong with them? And I hit, like, to pull down instead of up, and it bounced for a moment and came back down. And I was like, wait a second. Yeah, I need to have elevators, or I can't steer. So let's go here. Elevators. Yeah, it's really not wanting to put the elevators on those wings. So maybe there's a better way for us to do that. Yeah, because it doesn't... That's the thing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Instead of using the rotate like I've been using the keyboard shortcuts to fix them, grab them like this. Because that's what I think happened, is I might have flipped them upside down or something like that. Okay, and we'll try this. And just because we've been having a lot of problems, we'll add one more set. Okay. Let's see what happens with this. So we've lowered our thrusters down a lot. Like, to the point I'm concerned they're just going to push down on the landing gear and touch the ground, and that'll be the end of the thrusters. But we got to science it. So that should be less force down on the noses from what people are saying, which makes sense. If we have all this thrust up here, it's trying to push down on it. Versus now it's going to be slightly below. Seems very stable. I'm trying to take off. Try that again. I want to see if I instead try pointing it down like it was. One more time with F12. Yeah, it sucks that it's taking a screenshot every time. This is me holding to aim it down. And that's me holding to aim it up. Might be the rudder fin. Well, the problem is, even with the rudder fin, if it's pulling to left or right, that would be fine. Like, we would see the plane veer off to one side real quick. But even just going down the runway, we don't seem... Let's see, can you... Try not to take off. I have let it go, but we'll try this again. So we'll turn on this again, and we're just going to hit this and just let it do what it's going to do. So hands are off of anything. Yeah, so I am getting a little bit of drag to the side off the tail fin. We're getting tons and tons and tons and tons of lift the whole thing. Yeah, the thing I'm not understanding is we got all that lift. Like, all the arrows are just, the whole way up is just all pointing up. But no up is happening. That's what has me at a little bit of a loss right now. And we do have the lift slightly above. Try with SAS off. Sure. We can try that. I'm curious of where we have the stabilizers on the wings, if that'll cause issues. Toggle it off as you lift off. We can try that as well. So this is SAS off the whole time. Okay. Yeah, no, whatever the issue is still seeming like to happen every single time, where it's like it's something seems to be holding it down on the runway. So even though we're getting all the lift, and this is where we're leaving SAS on and then turning it off when I try and pull up. I forgot to turn it off. Alright, let's go back to the design board. Okay, so I'm finding the angled wings. I'm not sure if that's our problem, because like I said, running into a weird issue where I've got all of that lift. Everything is just up arrows the entire length of the plane. But no up is happening. Like, no up is happening. And we definitely have the plane angled up as well. Because if we look at our landing gear, these are definitely things. The one thing we could try doing, and this is probably going to immediately cause us grief, because we're probably just going to slap our wings on the runway and call it a day. Let's take where those are angled up and really bring them down. Just really, or the opposite. Because, right, when we're trying to go, it is bringing them way down. So we're going to angle those way up there. Sky's where we're going. We're going to touch the sky. Because as it's going, it's forcing them flat just because of whatever's going on here. So let's see if we force them to have a more aggressive angle of attack. Wingtip wheels. So the problem is that they're bouncing. They're going to just smash those wheels onto the runway. And then the wheel will just break. Because you see, just that bounce there is more than enough to smash a wheel. Okay, so now they're still angled up. Whereas before they were basically flat. Are the wings strutted? No, I mean, I could put a billion struts to make the wings rigid, but that's not been necessary ever before. Like, I'm thinking these wings, these angled wings, about yoinking those. Just entirely. Let's also try without these. As much as I want to meme with, let's go ahead and do that. Because we can put those back otherwise. Alright, so with this, let's go in here. Rotate you. Not so aggressively now. And then we can go and grab you from move. So I gotta move my lift forward. Bring it down just a little bit. Struts may help, especially with the 3 or more wing connectors in a row. Yeah, no, I get the floppiness that potentially help. Let's go ahead and do another one like this, and then I'll try putting it for the first segment. I'll try putting some struts towards like the end of the first segment. Because that should mitigate a little bit of the bounce. Because in real life, wings actually do bounce. More than you'd think. Like, you can look at some of the airliners, just watch the wings go like this as it's hitting turbulence, which is deeply upsetting if you don't know that's normal. Like, obviously there's a limit. Yeah, so everything is giving me upward lifting. Everything's upward lifting. I haven't touched any controls yet. Still everything's upward lifting. Getting a little bit of a left arrow from the rudder. So I'm thinking that tail fin is causing us problems as well, because if you notice, when I hit up, it goes hard left, which isn't what you want your rudder to do. So I'm really not sure about this where it's even supposed to be. So let's go ahead and put it back there, but I still want a tail fin of some kind to allow for left and right, so I don't have to turn and bank everything for any type of movement. Yeah, no, that's what I was doing at the beginning, and it was giving me really weird results. You think it's because those elevators aren't behind your center of mass? Are they not behind my center of mass? They're behind my center of mass. They're all behind my center of mass. Yeah, there's my center of mass there, and they're all back here. So let's try this now. The worst thing is I'm willing to bet we could just tear this plane apart and just get rid of those wings and have ourselves up and in the air in no time. Because we've been doing that. And then we just started experimenting with these wings, and it's been nothing but bad news since. Okay. So you're pulling center. And you're wiggling back and forth. I'm not touching any... Well, I mean, I guess SAS is probably messing with the controls. Alright, so I'm trying to pull up. I don't know what struck the ground. Ah, my front landing gear ripped off. Okay, that's a question. Are we bouncing on the front? Let's go. We're going to revert to launch, and instead of watching all that, we're going to go to the side view, and I want to see if the front is bouncing. Because that one ripped off my front landing gear first, which would imply the front bounced hard enough to damage the landing gear. Nope. All I know is those two tails on the back gotta go. They're causing it to, like, wiggle back and forth. We've actually have them on a vertical angle. So they already are in a V. People want me to use struts. I don't think this will matter, but I'm down to try it. It also doesn't help that these are making a lot of drag. Oh, you mean... I see. Oh, that's not what I want to do. And unfortunately, once I click on it, I haven't found a way to, like, cancel the click. Let's get them just in here in general. It's actually... Oh, Control-Z. There we go. So I had to change my keyboard shortcuts a long time ago in the game, so I'm like weirdly halfway between QWERTY and Dvorak, so I ran into a couple problems with that. Alright, so what you're saying is to take the wings and just the tiniest little smidge. There, we went literally like one tick up. Because I definitely feel like that's those things, if I go too far with it, it'll be just a whole nother basket of problems. I'll try that. Yeah, the weird thing is, like I said, we're getting all these ridiculous up arrows from just really high amounts of force on the wings. So I'm not sure what's keeping us down, because it's not like I have all these up arrows on the wings like a big down arrow on the front or something. So I can't really wrap my head around what exactly is holding us down. But Kerbal physics have always been utterly cursed. You know, Unleash the Kraken and all that. We're still getting the wiggle there. Try that again with the forces shown. So keep SAS off right now. Oh, right, we had all the, yeah, it immediately veered to the right. Oh, the wheels and back are angled? Oh, that's a funny thing. I've done planes for a very long time in the game where I used angled wheels in the back. Because the reason I angled the wheels is to make them lower. Because it's funny, because I used to always do that. I mean, I am still doing that. Meanwhile, just out of paranoia, let's put these back. I don't think... we can try... I can try making those vertical. We'll see if we can't make that happen. But yeah, no, I've always done it that way. Okay, so let's go here. And put you back where you started. Crazy idea, RCS. Well, I gotta install it. Oh. Takes that off. That might be too high up. We'll try that. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. For those new to Kerbal Space Program, there is... Let's see, I mean, an undercarriage with a solid rocket booster aligned straight down would do it, but... May also need to angle the front straight up and down, too. Oh, yeah, that's... We'll try this. Like I said, I've always angled them in the past and not had problems. But we're not seeing what's causing our grief, so let's try things. So we're bouncing, but our wings aren't deflecting much. Yeah, I'm surprised, because you don't need that much speed to take off. That's why I'm getting so curious. I was like, why is this fighting me so hard? I don't think it's the wheels being angled, though. Like, that might be why we're wiggling. There's no question about that being an upward angle. Yeah, we could try that to see if that helps with the wiggling. But the bigger thing isn't the wiggling, it's why no up? Yes, at this point I'd actually say our center of lift is pretty far back. Oh, don't do that. I'd also say our center of gravity is weirdly low, so like our lift is way above it. I don't know what the effect that even has. Man, I made like tons of successful planes. Like we've definitely flown around the planet, done all things where you could turn around and do stuff, done where we could land and pick up. Not this run, I haven't done a whole lot of that. But we have done that even on the stream in the past. So it's just interesting that since I've been like goofing off, making these like really long wings that I just can't seem to make it do fly. Up. Come on, come on, come on. It is pulling all the way to the right. And not control. It was just solidly going to the right. Okay. That's progress, though. Let's try putting an actual tail fin on the back. Like, actually vertical. Because that'll help us control that lateral motion. But the thing I've been running into is with the tail fins not getting what I want out of them. Those might just snap off when we bounce. But I'm hoping that'll give me a little bit more control of that. Yeah, I can do the F12 here in a second. I'm just trying to kick the ad down the road a little bit more because we're trying to prevent this next ad break from happening. That's why the game's taking a bit longer to open up. It's because I was clicked out of the window. Oh, it's smooth like butter all of a sudden. Just butter. I'm still not 100% sure what fixed the problem. Lessons learned? Don't know. Well, honestly, we got that kind of thrust. Let's go rocket mode. Nope, start. Okay, bring it back. My apologies. Afterburners. Oh, you know what? That might actually be the issue. Turn off gimbaling. Yeah, that's a bit more plane-like now. Yeah, I'm getting some weird steering nonsense going on here. It might have been the gimbaling. I will say, it took off like butter, but it steers like hot garbage. Like, it's just violently throwing everywhere. Turn the center gimbal on. Like, I'm just basically holding to try and rotate right and pull up. And all this stuff is what's happening around that. There is some demons going on here. Okay, let's revert this. And I'm going to say goodbye to the angled wings. Because I don't know what's going on, but I cannot get these wings here to cooperate at all. I'm going to go... You're guessing it's the tail fins? It could be the tail fins as well. Yeah, so the vertical tail trying to do anything other than yaw, and the horizontal doing anything other than pitch. Yeah, so your pitch and roll, yaw and roll. Meanwhile, let's see what we can do differently with these wings. That's not the big ones. And I'll fix these in a minute. Because I don't learn my lesson ever. And of course, we're not stopping there. Okay, we can go to engines, grab you. Go to the action groups. Okay, and now let's take the move. Alright, we got a problem here. Okay, there might need to be an adjustment. Might need to be a wee bit of a major adjustment on this. Considering, those wings are all the way back there. You know what? I'm down to try it. I don't think that's gonna work at all. I think that's gonna be utterly cursed. And this will probably be the last one we get to take off because I'm gonna have to wrap up soon. I got about 10 minutes till the ad break happens no matter what I do. And all that stuff. You currently have no roll controls, you think. You know what? Well, actually, no. Oh, right, because I got rid of my, my elevators. Okay, roll, and we'll just wish it luck. Oh, they're just gonna hit the ground. These are just gonna smash into the ground in, like, the first bump. Up. Up. Or it'll just fly perfect. Like butter. Without any issues whatsoever. Like it was made for this. And it actually looks relatively decent doing it. Relatively. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and let it continue to get some climbing. I love that the mods waited until it got off the ground to decide whether it got posted or purged. Stands on channel swearing for my modding knowledge. Oh, generally speaking, swearing's okay as long as it's not over the top. So, like, if someone drops, like, the rare, like, you know, F-bomb or whatever, that's fine. It's only if someone is, like, you know, you're on message 10 and every second message is an F-bomb, then it's like, alright, come on, man. Calm it down a little bit. Alright, so it is still climbing. Getting a little bit of control difficulty on the rotation, which, considering I have no elevators, not exactly surprising. We're actually continuing to still gain speed. Like, literally what's helping here now is as the atmosphere's thinning, we're getting less resistance against this, because we're basically going fast enough. I'm just shoving the plane into the air. Yeah, so it's gimbal off, gimbal off, gimbal on, gimbal on. I need to be wrapping. Alright, well, to be clear, I need to be wrapping because otherwise I'm going to subject you to another ad break and I know I'm going to be dropping right afterwards. So I'm trying to not do that. But now I just want to see if we can hit the 20,000. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'll probably go through, we'll have that next ad break. Because again, it's got 5 minutes and it happens. I cannot delay it any farther. I already hit the button as many times as I'm allowed to. We're going to see if we can hit the 20,000 feet. And that's probably where we're going to wrap. So what's going to happen is we're going to keep climbing until it starts to struggle. And then when it starts to struggle, we're going to kick in the afterburners. And we're going to see if this is worthy of 20,000 feet. Now, the last plane got to around 14,000 and then was really struggling. Like, right now, our air intake is solid. Like, that is just solidly good. When we start seeing that dip, we hit the gear. Because I have the gear wired up to be my afterburners. Because that's what you want in real life. You want to be like, bring in the landing gear. Afterburners on. And if that doesn't work, then I really just have to get the ramjets. Or I just cancel all those contracts and I stop taking them. As we have already invested a great deal of science and time into trying to make, you know, a really good space plane. Okay, so pretty soon it'll be time for the afterburners. We'll kick it in, I think, at 10,000 feet. And uppies. The plane made angry, violent sounds there for a second. I mean, it is going smooth. I'm a little concerned at what it's going to be like when I try and turn to go to any of these waypoints, because we're not doing all those today, because that'll take me at least an hour to go through all of them. Angle from Ruppy, I'm scared to touch it. We are still uppying, so I'm going to let it continue to uppy slowly. Because I'm scared that the moment I go to angle it up, we're going to do this, and I'm going to lose all of my up. Because we're just skyrocketing. This is actually looking really good. We are still picking up more and more speed. Now, granted, our air intakes are very quickly dropping off, which is probably where this is going to go to hell. Because eventually, engines are going to start kicking off when they get starved for air. But we're up to 16,000 and climbing. Do you have a test button you need to press as you pass to the 20,000 mark? No, so the reason I need to be able to do the 20,000 mark is I have all of these contracts of like get over 17,000, get over 18,000, get over this, and take a reading. That's what we're looking at, is all of those, which is the reason I was prioritizing. I've got so many of these. And we're over 20,000 and climbing. We could still do 21,000. We're starting to lose speed now. We're starting to cut off so much air that the engines can't run. So any moment now, one of our engines is going to kick off, and we're going to spin out of control. And we probably won't die. Now land it. Yeah, even if I wanted to raid out before the ad, there's no time. I got 1 minute 30 seconds till the ad, so we'll see what we can do with this. Alright, we're just about to hit the point where I can't hold the elevation anymore. Because as you can see, we're slowly declining there as we're losing more and more thrust as the engines get starved for air. But yeah, generally this looks like it'll actually hold. Do we have any of these points nearby? Yeah, so we're losing elevation. And we're immediately losing control. All control is lost. We're corkscrewing. Can't. I'm trying. Oh, there we go. There we go. Engine's choking. We're just straight up nose down, no control whatsoever. Kill all the afterburns. So, this thing does not pull up at all. In case you're wondering, does not pull up at all. We're about to get caught into an ad, and I don't want people to miss that.
Thank you W0 Regan Freeman for subscribing for 6 months.
And thank you, Morgan Freeman, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 6 months you've been subbed to the channel, and you only get one of those a month to use it here. And I really appreciate that. So we're going to quickly pause. You know, this is the right after your news from your sponsor from back in the TV day, because I can't delay the ads any farther. And I definitely don't want people who have been like this invested in watching this whole thing go up here to miss out on that. Because that would be pretty garbage. I'd feel pretty bad about that. But yeah, so for the record, normally I would wrap up probably about 30-ish minutes ago. But we've been messing with it. So the good news is, this plane does get us to the height we need. Control...
Thank you Berninson1 for subscribing for 51 months. Oh wait, I have this button too.
Thank you, Burning Sun, for the tier 1 sub for 6 months in advance. I really do appreciate that. That's very generous. It's 51 months you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Also, recovery at end. Yeah, no, exactly. I honestly think we can potentially recover this. Maybe. The plane steering is really bad. I don't have elevators, which is making steering it really rough. I did go and I took the 2 tail fins and I added roll, and it seems to be okay. Is it possible to turn on center and mass and center of ooh? Maybe. If anyone happens to know a key to turn on center of mass and center of lift in flight, that would be interesting. I'd be curious. Because, yeah, we are burning fuel, which should be moving my center of mass forward because I have the 2 large things on the back there. So it should be moving it forward is what should happen. Which should actually stabilize the flight more, I believe, because I think you want the lift behind your center of mass, if I recall correctly. Usually you want it just behind, though, not really far. But yeah, so we're just on a quick little momentary pause while we wait for the ad break to go away. Yeah, so the thing is, so we could definitely get the height I need to achieve our goal. The thing we don't have is the maneuverability to keep it stable there, which that might just be adding the elevators, might be all I need to fix that. It might literally be we add the elevators and then we're good. And all that. So I honestly am wondering if it is just those angled wings don't work well, which wouldn't surprise me. For all the things that Kerbal Space Program does, there is many cursed things in the game. Like, for the longest time, they had what people referred to as releasing the Kraken or the wobble, which is you'd fly your rocket and just go, it'd start like undulating and it'd get more and more violent until eventually it rips itself apart. And it was just how the physics were calculated, and it would kind of get in this loop that'd be a feedback loop until eventually it just ripped itself apart. I still think my favorite wreck of all time playing the game was they had made this, like, you know, this 5-stage ridiculous rocket that's just more and more engine just because Kerbal Space Program. And it would lift up incredibly slowly, and it just ever so slightly started to spin. And then it would spin faster, and then faster, and then faster. And eventually, I don't know like what gave, but like it kind of flopped out so the engines were pointing in, you know, and then everything violently ripped apart, you know, corkscrewing everywhere, Kerbal Space Program style. But it was just like the whole lifting up at like just the utterly slowest amount and then just continuing to spin until it ripped itself apart was just so much fun. That's if you've ever seen like the old Saturn V rocket launches, like you see the whole thing where the engines go off and you see it leave the pad, but if you see like the zoomed out one, the rocket very genuinely like really slowly gets off the pad and starts picking up speed. It is really fascinating to watch those ridiculously large rockets when it comes to like how much of that first stage and how little distance it goes, because it's just, you know, picking up the earlier stage to pick up the next one. I had a when I was in school, I had a Saturn V rocket model rocket kit that's this like stupid tall rocket that actually had staging to it. Not, it wasn't fancy staging, it would just light and then the next one would just kick off and then send the other one going down. But it was fun because for a model rocket, it was too much rocket, so it did do the whole slow liftoff thing. Alright, so I definitely paused during the ad break so you didn't miss anything. I'm going to try and recover it. It's not looking good. Oh, wait. We might get it. Come on. Pull up. 8,000 meters. Pull up. Pull up. Slowly but surely. Now let's see if we can slightly tip to the right. What are those mod that adds the related alarm and noises? Oh, there probably is. Yeah, the moment I turn, it just corkscrews out of control. Like, whether I'm turning using rudder type turning, whether I'm turning using just angling and then trying to pull up, it just does not have any type of like real stability in there. Well, I think one thing that'd help a lot is having actual elevators. Because I forgot to put them back on when I switched our wings. This is me holding up, by the way, and we're slowly drifting to the right. Yeah, so the elevators would help a lot. I do think potentially having a little bit more lateral control wouldn't be a bad thing either. I'm holding left right now. And it did left, but in the most weird way possible. Stop bouncing. Yeah, no, we definitely have the height. I do have the temperature module that I need. I also have biometric or barometer as well. Not biometric. That's not a thing in this game. This isn't doing itself, doing this like swoop. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Come on, you can do it. Settle into a vertical angle. Okay. That is on target. Alright, so. In theory, I have to do that from above 17,000. So we're going to see if that actually works. And we're going to hit our gears. Get going. And then this one's a which one? What am I taking on my survey here? You are... I don't know what you're reading. OBM Demolition Enterprises. Let's see. Area CP whatever. CP76. Take a pressure reading. I've got what I need for that. That's pretty much how I'm going to end up needing to do this one. Is it's just going to be a matter of, like, angle myself towards it, afterburn over it, take the reading, spiral out of control horrifically, angle to the next one, you know, do the afterburn back up. Okay. And... logged. So with this, afterburn's off, engines choke out, and we glide. And we slowly start angling down. Get our next marker. This is me holding left, by the way. I mean, I guess it's turning left. It's just doing a weird sweepy motion about it. I'm holding right. I'm trying to rotate right. Trying to rotate right. Still rotating right. Still rotating right, by the way. Trying to pull up desperately. Even Jebediah looks slightly concerned. Never mind, Jebediah got over it. We're going the right direction now. Now we just need to pull up. Pull up. Keep pulling up. Keep pulling up. Shift a little to the right more. Too far. We're spinning out of control. I'm honestly finding to balance it back out to not even bother trying to rotate it back myself and just let the lift on the wings try and sort it out for me. Because it does seem to want to stabilize itself relatively well. You know what? That'll probably serve. How far out are you? That's not the right button. Not that far. Get it going. That was a bit aggressive on me, but that's okay. That stabilized us. And you are a pressure reading above 18K. That's that one done, and then this one's done. We'll pin the pressure reading down there. And the temperature reading down here. So it's a little messy of a plane. Not really the greatest there is. You need to get way up there, buddy. But it does technically work. Okay, so we just need to get to the 18,000. It's got to be 18,200. Keep climbing. I was trying to hope to like poke it up real fast, but that's not happening. Yeah, unfortunately I'm losing way too much speed and all that. We're not going to make it happen. Alright. We're boarding that one. What's the next thing in the relative directly in front of us? Alright, we're going to change over to your mark. Nope, don't. Okay, so the lesson I'm learning is to not try and shift sideways more than a little. Because shifting sideways more than a little causes me to like slice into the air and come down hard. Okay. Alright, we can let off that now. The afterburner's back on. It seems like once I get up to altitude, I can actually stay there for a while. So this would be the temperature. And basically I'm going to get as many readings as we can. And then we're definitely not landing this thing successfully. The strategy for landing this is going to be to tail strike the ground as hard as humanly possible while pulling up as much as possible to hopefully get rid of enough speed that the cockpit lands gently on the ground. And it should be getting easier for me to get higher because we're going to be getting lighter over time. We've already spent about not quite a fourth of our fuel. Okay. I imagine with the ramjet engines on here instead of what we're using, this whole thing probably gets 1,000 times easier. Okay, we're at height. But I do need to cross into that area soon so we can get our temperature reading. Now what I want to see, we are losing elevation. I took the pressure readings. Oh, did I enter a different area? Oh, it was 8.9. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well. Alright, so we're still not elegant. So, I'm not going to go and chase down all these. We did 2 of them successfully. Did we do 2 of them, or was it literally just the one? We did 1 of them successfully. Okay, so needless to say, this thing needs to go back to drawing board a little bit more. I am going to try to land it just so people have the satisfaction of watching that. I am expecting to just smash into the ground violently and horrifically. But, you know, give the people what they want. Water landing? We'll see what I can pull off. Yeah, because those wheels do not give much give. Yeah, I wasn't actually expecting this to get to where it got, so close the intake, close the intake, close the intake, close the intake, close the intake. Wait. Close the intake. So I've closed all the intakes. We are just going to slowly have this thing stall out the engines one after the other. We should be able to glide quite a bit with all that. And the good news is we're honestly coming down almost exactly at the angle we're pointing. Like, the lift on this thing is actually pretty good. But one would expect as we bleed off this speed, there'll be a whole thing. But if we manage to land successfully, we'll take our win on our tests and all that. Meanwhile, Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Hey, how you feeling up there? Alright. So we are coming in for final approach. Because I'm scared to try and turn this or do literally anything. The only thing I'm willing to try is to pull up at the end. Pretty much everything else I'm expecting to go horrifically badly. And we're not losing speed very fast. But yeah, so we definitely need to stabilize its ability to turn left and right and to roll. Which the elevators will help a lot with a lot of that. The roll, the elevators will be probably more than enough to handle the roll in its entirety. The left and right, honestly, it might honestly be these extra fins here might be hurting us more than helping. ILS or VFR? You're using abbreviations. I don't know what all of those mean half the time. I usually have a whole thing about trying to encourage people not to use abbreviations, because then people have to ask what the abbreviations mean, which means it saved you 0 characters of typing by using abbreviations. It's also an accessibility thing. Not that it's like, how dare you or anything like that, but you know. Alright. So we are shedding a lot of speed, and we're still generally holding a relatively thing. Make it a flight sim joke? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I played Microsoft Flight Sim, the older one. The newer one, when it came out, like, it could barely get on the servers. I never ended up getting back to circling around to check it out again. Because, like, I know a lot of content creators who played it, and just the servers were actively on fire the whole time, and just a bad time of, like, hours of sitting there on loading screens and all that, unfortunately. It had a really rough launch. Instrument landing system versus visual flight rules. Gotcha. Probably used to know that once upon a time. Alright. So how are we feeling? Does this look like a landing that Jebediah and Bill walk away from? Alright, when do we want to start pulling up? 100 meters? Because I don't think it's going to pull up very fast. I'm trying. I am on full attempting to pull up. We are shedding off speed. We've turned on our non-existent brakes. That's just a good landing right there. The only thing that broke is we took the engines off. And the air intakes. That's, you know what, honestly, all things considered, we only lost the engines and air intakes. I shouldn't actually accept that recovery because we're just going to have spent money on that plane and only got one objective done. But you know what? Just on principle, the fact that we landed that, I'm going to take it, and we'll just lose that money. I'm gonna be honest, I was not a believer. Honestly, I was expecting when we are coming in at that angle, I was expecting to just watch the plane disappear below the water into debris. We definitely beached it successfully. You know, honestly, it says we retained 91.4% of the value of the parts. Which means we only lost 8.6% of the cost of the plane. Which is honestly really good. I'm going to remember to save that plane, because I actually think we've got a good basis here. I just got to fix, again, the rotations. No, the 22 science I already had. We didn't get 0 additional science. That was the already existing 22, sadly. Sadly, it was not 22 additional science. Okay, so let's save this plane. to why and how fly. Excellent. All right. So with that said, chat, I need to get, blah, blah, blah. Words are hard. You can see I'm getting tired. So I need to get to bed. I need to get wrapped up. Not Flappy plane. Oh, I've had flappier planes. But with that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be coming down suddenly because I don't have a host ready over there. But thank you so much for tuning in. If you're over here on Twitch and you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future